Well, welcome to day 3 of the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis, another event staged by Jamie Murray in partnership with the LTA to give the players quality preparation for the 2021 tennis season. And it's probably a season where we can expect to see both women on court 3 continuing to rise up the rankings. At the far end, we've got Francesca Jones, who's currently inside the world's top 250, having recently enjoyed some of her best results. And she's up against a name that will have become familiar to many people watching the British events over the summer. That is, of course, 21-year-old Jodie Burrage. So Abigail Johnson here to take you through this first match alongside a woman who's been keeping you company so far this week, Yaz Clark. Welcome back, Yaz.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. And looking forward to this match with, as we mentioned, 2 in-form players. Now, Jodie's already played once this week. That was against Heather Watson last night. Wasn't her best performance, as she's had some great results over the British tournaments this year, and I think she would have expected a little bit more from herself in that match, and so she's probably thankful for the opportunity to come out again so quickly after that. She was last on last night, first on today, and an immediate opportunity to change the storyline here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, to be fair to Heather, she didn't really let Jodie get out the blocks, and she wasn't able to pull off those big shots like she normally is. But no, I think she'll be really happy to get straight back on court and hopefully able to rectify it and you know, put some of her best tennis out there.
Yeah, we have seen some of her best tennis in recent times. She's been climbing up the rankings. She's just inside the top 300 at the moment. It's interesting that she's actually the lower ranked player on court here, because Fran Jones is at a career high ranking of number 241, and that gives Burrage a great opportunity here, because at the Battle of the Brits event here, it's 3 points for a win over a player ranked inside the top 250, and Jones is just inside that ranking slot. So great opportunity here for Burrage to get the 3 points, and Jones up against Burrage, who's edge of the top 300. She can get a couple of points for a victory here. Do you know much about Fran Jones? Yes?
I've seen Fran since she was sort of 11 or 12. She was sort of grafting out in Spain, very much doing her own thing, but you know, a fantastic talent. Also, just a really, really lovely girl. Whenever I see her, pre-COVID, I used to get a hug, but no, she's a very, very nice girl, very hard worker. A little bit understated, but actually, you know, a huge talent, and I can't wait to watch her play.
Yeah, fantastic character and attitude from Francesca Jones. Something you should know about her: she was born with a syndrome called EED. Well, that's the abbreviation. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it, but it's a rare condition which causes abnormal hand and foot development. So Fran has 1 thumb and 3 fingers on each hand. She has 7 toes total, 3 on the right foot, which really does affect her balance, and she said herself she's not a natural athlete, but she is an example of where sheer hard work, graft and determination gets you.
Definitely. I think, you know, Fran has never let it stop her, and that she'll be the first to tell you that. She's had to deal with a lot of injuries and a lot of abbreviations and how she can make it work. But, you know, if you're watching this match, you'll see that nothing holds her back.
Yeah, there's been adversity for both of these two. Jodie only 21 still, but 3 ankle surgeries by the time she was 21. 2 of them came in her teenage years. The most recent was at the beginning of the grass court season last year, which was such a blow for Burrage because she'd been gaining form. She'd had some deep runs on the ITF circuit. She looked ready to make a splash at Wimbledon, and for players like Jodie Burrage, Wimbledon is such a key time of year for their profile, for their development. There's probably going to be that Wimbledon wildcard, and those opportunities were taken away from her, so she showed real mental resilience to bounce back from that and showcase some of the tennis we've seen from her this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jodie, I've watched Jodie again since she was sort of 13, 14 and sort of burst on the scene as a very, very good junior. She has a huge game, and for a little while it was a little bit wild, if I'm honest, but she's actually really managed to find a lovely balance these last couple of years and really develop her game and settle in. I know she was working previously with Lucial and Alex Ward, and now she's working with Dave Felgate, you know, seasoned at developing these pro players. But yeah, you'll see there she's got sort of ankle braces on to hopefully protect her ankles and yeah, keep her on court.
Absolutely. Yeah, these two have both actually been recognized by the LTA for their potential on the player support program. So that's for the most promising talent between the ages of 16 and 24, and the LTA provide them with financial backing. And this event is backing in itself, this opportunity and the depth we have here in Britain to stage these pre-season events and give the players quality match practice ahead of what we hope is going to be a fully, a more full 2021 season. These two both recently been on the road at ITF events. Jodie, actually, when she faced off with Heather last night, was facing off with her travel buddy from a couple of weeks ago. They were out on the road on the ITF circuit, so she'll probably be grateful to come back home, Burridge, because this is a venue where she's had some success over the summer months.
Yeah, we were actually discussing last night with some of the male players, actually, what an advantage it's been to play these events. You know, a lot of countries haven't been able to hold anything. You know, in Australia, they were really struggling to even catch up and be able to practice together. So to be able to hold events like this is really, really invaluable at the minute.
Here we go then, Burridge serving to open. Now that serve for Burridge is a big weapon. The backhand down the line, that's the money shot, but the serve is important as well. And in her match against Watson last night, Burridge did open with a double fault and didn't really seem to get going from there. So important for her to have a quick start out here today.
Yeah, Jodie's around 5'8", so she's quite tall, and definitely her serve is a huge weapon. She's got really nice disguise on it as well, but she likes to use that big flat serve down the tee and out wide.
Now we've mentioned the backhand, the favoured shot for Burridge. That's the one that she loves. Joan's going to be aware of that and targeting the forehand wing a bit, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Forehand, Jodie used to have quite a heavy grip on that side. I know she has done some work in these last couple of years to minimise that and also to keep that take back nice and compact.
Well, that was some great aggressive tennis from Jones. We saw her run round that return to get it on the forehand, and she didn't miss a beat, drove really deep during that rally.
Yeah, she's got some great intensity from the baseline here. She's got unbelievable racket head speed. You can tell that she's been training in Spain and on the clay. She's able to generate all the time.
Well, an early chance then for Fran Jones, first break point in the first game of the match. She'll be disappointed because that was a great return, so deep to the feet of Burridge.
Yeah, Joe did really well to get out of the way there and actually be able to neutralise that ball and push Fran back. I wonder if she's going to use a little bit more of that. You know, Fran likes the hard hitting, as does Jodie, but is there going to be much variation in the play?
There's the backhand. It's going to come out at some point. Early days for Burridge. Well, it's just brutal when she lines it up right in that corner. Could hit that in her sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw her de-accelerate on that second serve. She wasn't feeling too sure, and that's maybe because of the returns that Fran's already putting in play, being quite aggressive there and knowing that she has to put a good serve in.
Yeah, the expectation, that the pressure to go for that bit more, to just hold her back. She's doing really well to impose herself early on. Again, the forehands cross court, and as much as there's not a bad side for Burridge, you are more likely to get a few off errors. If you go to the forehand enough, it just gets a little bit loose, right? Yeah,
absolutely. She loses that little bit of spin and it gets quite slappy that side. And she does generate a few more unforced errors. I think that's what we'll want to see from Jodie. Jodie will be trying to keep the points as short as possible. You know, from Fran's perspective, she'll be trying to keep Jodie behind that baseline where she's less likely to be able to hit these winners.
Yeah, she got right on top of the bounce there to crack down. Great focus. A few second serves here. She just needs to make sure that doesn't get in her head. It can become very mental. Oh, back of the line. Well finished. Thought Jones did well there. I think there was a net cord in there that she had to pick up.
Lovely adjustment from Fran coming forwards there.
There we go, just clipped there. She had the presence of mind to chop that one into play, give herself a bit of time to get adjusted at that net, but once Jodie was up inside that baseline, she was going to be tough to stop, particularly on that backhand wing.
I think I would have liked to have seen Fran read that a little bit better from Jodie's low forehand. Very unlikely that she was going to go line.
And you mentioned Burridge wanting to keep those points shorter, but there is a danger of rushing, I think, that we saw a little bit in that point. She just wanted to put it to bed so quickly.
Yeah, she's going to have to be patient and still be able to work the points to be able to get that opportunity to be able to attack. Nice to see that little bit of variation again from both players. It was a low slice, very awkward, but Jodie was able to put it down the line and make Fran run to that slice, and she put it just wide.
Here we go then, she's saved break points. Chance to close out the game here for Burridge. Driving again. She's not willing to let this one go. It can be a real momentum setter, can't it, the opening game of the match, and particularly when it goes long, as this one is.
Yeah, I think everyone's just sort of settling into the play. Everyone starts the matches off nervous. You know, you try and use the warm up as much as you can to get those nerves out, but actually serving first can be quite difficult. One thing I've noticed is Fran's really quick to jump on these second serve returns, and she's actually putting a lot of them deep down the middle. So high percentage play, but also causing a few problems for Jodie. And there it is again, deep down the middle. Jodie was then having to back up, and Fran was able to attack with that forehand again. She's looking for it already.
She's seizing the reins in these long exchanges, Fran Jones. For a moment there, it looked like she might be thrown off. Jones was, Burridge even was just gritting her way through that. But again, once she's moved into the court, difficult to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. She looks very, very comfortable, you know, in these exchanges from the baseline. Looking to set up the play with that forehand and come forwards where possible.
Familiar figure back there, Andy Murray, who will be on court later actually. Third on court 3 up against Cameron Norrie. Be sure to tune into that one, should be a great one. It was a really confidence boosting win, I think, for Murray against Dan Evans day 1.
Yeah, I mean, we were all up on the balcony watching, and you know, the level that he's able to produce now, and just the aura that he brings here, he's just really, really special. You know, everyone's so happy to see him back playing and just being around these events. I think for British players to see someone like Andy taking part, it's fantastic. It's a, you know, it gives everyone that boost going into 2021 that's much needed.
Here we go then, great start for Jones. She'll take some confidence from that opening game. And Burridge is looking for the immediate breakthrough on the return.
And just a glance, I was looking at Fran's service technique there. I think there's some work she can do there. She's got a good serve, but I think she could definitely develop it. If you look when she gets into that sort of mirror position, we like to call it, her racket and her hand is quite far away from her head at the back. It tends to sort of flap open rather than keeping the racket close to her head. It's a weapon, but I definitely think she's got room for improvement there. Yeah, using it to great effect there to set up that next shot.
Just fantastic drive early on that forehand wing for Jones. Now we have momentarily lost the score here, it would seem, but Jones got the break in the opening game and just got to 15 all with that fantastic forehand. We've mentioned Burridge and the weapon her serve can be, but she is a big power player, so not too shabby on the return either. Jones knows that if she puts a little bit of a slower one in there, Burridge is going to be up on top to crack down.
Yeah, I think one thing that Fran's really doing is not giving Jodie those opportunities to step up the court, even in defence. You know, she's wanting to keep her behind the baseline, and maybe Jodie's slightly over pressing at the moment.
I did catch some of Burridge's match with Watson yesterday evening, and the depth of shot from Watson was really frustrating Burridge. That and Watson's brilliant ability to counter punch, that really played on Burridge's frustrations there. and you can sense it just kind of bubbling at the surface here if she can't start finding the court a little more often. Now Jodie, by her own admission, used to be a very emotional player on the court, and it's been something that she's noticeably improved over the last couple of years. But in a match like this, where she feels she should be performing a little bit better a bit early, we saw it last night as well, those frustrations can bubble up, and she can be her own worst enemy sometimes. Ooh. Yeah, she wasn't missing that backhand wing up on top of it.
Yeah, I think when we talk about the sort of the mental side of things, I think sometimes players can be, you know, emotional in their younger years, but as they get older, they realise the importance of staying focused and staying within their own sort of mindset. So sometimes it's actually just a maturity thing.
A right shot, wrong execution, I think, there from Burridge. She'd done well with the return, that extra topspin on the forehand to control it a little bit more. But that's when you feel a little bit of danger, when she is making a few errors off that backhand side, because it's so good from her usually.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit of perspective on it as well. You know, Jodie's, I think she's hit 4 or 5 winners already on that backhand, and just the one unforced. I have to say, I'm surprised to see Fran going for that second serve down the tee again, especially after the last juice point. But maybe wanting to test Jodie's backhand and see what it's made of.
She certainly hasn't flinched since coming out here, Fran Jones. She looks really focused. This is her first match of the tournament. Burridge has played the one.
Game point to Fran now. Yeah, and there it is again. Very surprised. This is where I think Fran maybe could do with developing her serve a little bit more, maybe more comfortable serving that second serve towards the backhand side, and for majority of players it might be the weaker wing, but here I'd be inclined to use a lot more body, or actually slice serves into Jodie's forehand rather than giving her opportunities to attack on that backhand.
And particularly in these conditions, we've seen the body serve making the return off the hip come into so much effect, and it's a very popular serve on the second serve because it a little bit less pressure to go for more, but it also takes the angles away.
Yeah, I think that double fault coming through, a little bit of anxiety over these last few points. Yeah, I think there is a couple of technical issues with the scoreboard. I'm just reading on the YouTube chat here. Hopefully it'll be back up soon.
At the mention of the YouTube chat, I'm sure a lot of you watching have also been tuned into the previous 2 days of the event, so let us know who's most impressed you so far during Battle of the Brits and why. Great depth of shot there from Burridge, and it comes at a big moment for her. That is the break back.
1-1. I think that first serve percentage is going to be key for Fran there. I think those last 6 points, it was all second serves, and you know, she's really starting from down in the rally. She's happy to attack when she can, but maintaining that percentage is going to be key for her, and also adding that little bit of variation with the second serve. 1 game all.
2 huge games to open, back and forth from deuce, and very key therefore, I think, for Burridge to get that immediate break back, because had Jones taken both of those games, that would have been some serious momentum on her side. I'd like to see that move there from Burridge, steady up the court.
Yeah, and just a little bit more control there as well. Actually, you know, building the point there, not going for the outright winner. We call it sort of winner, winner, winner. You're essentially building and compounding that pressure, and then able to finish with a great smash. Lovely change of pace there from Fran, and that's what I was wondering, if she was going to do a little bit more to, you know, to get out of those big hitting rallies with Jodie. It's 15 all now.
Yeah, you like to see that, especially against a player like Burridge, who thrives when she's got a rhythm going.
Absolutely.
And you want to take that rhythm away from her.
Yeah, I think using the slice or maybe slightly higher ball in defence could be very beneficial.
15 all then in this game, working to get the scoreboard back for you. There we go.
And that's that compound pressure again. And I don't think Jodie was best pleased with that point, but I mean, she should be, because again, Fran was willing to put one more ball into play, always there, and actually it was very, very difficult for Jodie to be able to finish that point, but working well, 30-15.
Very early days, but Jones has been on top of a lot of the longer exchanges, so for Burridge to go more steady in that one and get it done however she did, that's good stuff for her. Brings us a game point there, that big serve, 40-15. Someone says Andy Murray has been the most impressive player for them so far. His movement is great. Well, we'll get to take another look at that in the third match of the day on court 3, up against Cam Norrie, another great mover, so expect to see some long exchanges in that match.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting match. I don't believe they've played before, maybe in some practice matches, but I don't think they have played.
Or it's the first time, I think, in the Asian swing of the ACB last year, and it went down the wire. 6-1 third set, though, for Murray, but 2 tiebreak sets in the opening 2, so you never know. I think very positive for Murray in that match against Evans, that he was able to edge some of the tighter moments, which isn't something he's done so much recently over the summer. There we go, 2-1. As we head to the changeover, we did have the exchange of breaks, but back on serve, heading into this sit-down. We've asked the chat, Yaz, let's ask you, who's been the most impressive for you over these last couple of days?
I really enjoyed watching Emma Raducanu. I think she's a really, really exciting player. She's only 18 years old, but very versatile in the way she plays. She can adapt. Quite level-headed as well for a young person. I think, yeah, she's very, very exciting. I also watched Jack Draper last night. I thought he was in fantastic form against Cam. He had a big win there. So yeah, the young guns have been impressing me as such.
Yeah, it's no surprise that Draper and Raducanu are the two big names on the rise in British tennis, and I'm impressed by the way they've been able to handle that expectation because their names have been known for a couple of years or so now. Draper obviously made that Wimbledon boys final a few years back, and both of them very focused and very mature for their years when they're on the court in the way they go about their business. It's very impressive to see.
Yeah, I think Jax seems to have grown every time I see him recently. So he's enormous now. He's 6'4", but yeah, he doesn't seem to be. He had a couple of injury niggles, but he's definitely getting over those as well now.
Raducanu has had quite the rivalry going with Jodie Burrage. Now that's been fascinating to watch over the British tournaments in the summer. That I've lost track of how many times they've played each other, but it's so unpredictable. Both of them so good. I think they're leading the pack really for the younger British girls, and you know that every one of their matches is probably going to go long, and it could easily go either way, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, Fran using that forehand to great effect, able to open up that court with that big inside-out forehand and then attack the space. You can't quite see him, he's off screen, but I can see him belting some balls around. Andy is on the court next to this match, warming up. He's hitting with Liam Brody.
I was going to say, I think that's Liam out there. And Liam's sister, Naomi Brody, currently on court 1 up against Eden Silva. That stream is also available via the LTA YouTube and Facebook.
Super defensive shot there. I say defensive, she was definitely looking to counter. It's one thing that I've noticed with Jodie that she's really improved is her defensive skills. She likes to counter a lot, but she's actually able to stay in the rallies as well, and is quite happy to chuck in a slice and make her opponent play.
Games have passed a little bit more quickly over on court 1. Brody with game points for 4-3. Still have been some deuce games. Well, that was a serve and a half, wasn't it? Down the tee. Burrage just letting out a little bit of frustration there. Equally, well, frustration isn't always helpful. It can be more harmful to keep it bottled up. Sometimes you do need to just let it out in a moment and then move on, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's picking your moments, though. You know, this is very, very competitive at the start of this match. I wouldn't want to be doing anything that can give Fran that little boost of confidence.
That was a terrific response to a great angle on the return from Jones. And once again, we see that versatility, the touch, and her willingness to move Burrage around the court. That's going to be so key out here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that variation to her advantage.
So game points for Jones here at 40-15.
Serve again onto the backhand. A little bit more towards the body, but Jodie happy to hop round and belt it through the middle of the court.
She took that one pretty quickly, took time away from Jones, and now at 40-30, she'll definitely sense her opportunity to get back into this game. It's been so close early on. great control. You could see right from the return, Burridge there had glued herself to the baseline, was staying up on top of the court.
Yeah, I think Fran will be disappointed with that miss. Was able to pull Jodie out into the tram lines and had a relatively open court there.
Overthinking maybe?
Yeah.
Aware of Burridge moving back into the court?
Yeah, and also maybe a little bit of pressure, you know, 40-30, knowing if she doesn't close this, it's back to deuce.
Such a mental sport, hey, tennis.
Definitely.
Another one that, I mean, Burridge really got into that return, but it was makeable for Jones, that one.
Definitely. I think Jodie was just saying though that she thought the serve might have been a let, so maybe not. Sorry, Fran. Maybe not quite ready for that that return.
Just to advise you how it's working here, the umpire will take care of the let calls, but the players calling their own lines. No lines judges here, no ball kids.
Yeah, you can hear Jodie there. She's telling herself that she's being too tentative.
And yet, on the shot before that last one, she'd been inside the baseline driving the backhand, which is usually a winning position for Jodie. It's that tendency, you can really get down on yourself in the moment if so much hasn't been going your way. I think Burridge does have a tendency to be quite hard on herself.
Yeah, and I think that's where she needs to keep a lid on it, especially at the beginning of this match. You know, Fran's incredibly positive and will be wanting to gain as much confidence as she can. It's a nice serve there. And there actually, because she'd gone wide on the last couple of serves, she was actually able to gain a cheap point by just using that little bit of variation. And I think that's going to be key. It's whilst Jodie's forehand is her weaker side, if you target it all the time, it's going to lose its effectiveness. So it's really all about keeping Jodie honest, but maybe in those big moments, playing more towards her forehand side.
Game point then for Jones at advantage here, looking to well, the depth of shot there from Burridge did keep her back a little bit, and it does take them back to deuce. In the fourth game of the match, the third time a game has gone to deuce, and in Burridge's previous service hold, she held to 30, so that just tells you how close the contest has been out here early days.
Yeah, we're almost sort of 35-40 minutes in, and we're still on 2-1.
Meanwhile, on court 1-4-all in the Brody versus Silva match. I think she held a position well over that slice. It was low. She kept low over it, put the pressure on Jones.
Yeah, I think for Fran here, she's not the one who's generally in control of these points, but she needs to be able to defend her space well and be really effective there. I don't think going for that ball would have made much of a difference.
Oh,
a lovely point. Really well constructed, finished with that drive volley. It was good from Jodie though. I'd like to see her putting one more ball in.
When she got her on the stretch though, you felt like Jones wasn't going to miss. She's looked very good from that position so far during this match. Very steady, doesn't really lose her focus and her concentration when she's got into that dictating position. was close, but I think it is second serve for Jones.
I think he just clipped the line.
I was confused there. It was a very close one. It's got to be tough to call those lines when you're the player and it just loops down and it just catches. Do you give it to them? Do you not?
Yeah, I think maybe in this situation you do. I think Jodie maybe asked their coach or asked the balcony what they thought. But generally, as a player, you can tell when it leaves the racket if it's in or out.
Came deep, and she just pulled out of that forehand a little bit.
Yeah, I felt like Jodie went up a gear there a little bit. She was definitely going after it a little bit more than she had on the previous couple of points.
Depth of shot, with the weight of shot that she hits, can be really devastating. So that is game point gone. Back to deuce. Are we surprised?
It is almost 45 minutes in and still 2-1. Very nice there.
Well
Jodie.
constructed. You could see she's got the depth going with more rhythm now. It was kind of here and there before, but now she's stringing several points together where she's got that depth of shot, which meant that she didn't have to go for too much width-wise early in the rally, but it set her up for that cross-court finish. Here we go then, break points for Burridge, who did drop the opening game, so this will be 3 in a row.
You can sense this is quite a big moment. It maybe potentially somebody running away with the set if they can come through these opening few games.
It wouldn't feel like 3 straight games to Burridge because it's been so close. I was surprised when I realised that would be the case because she's not looks entirely comfortable out here.
Yeah, with another game point. I think both players have had game points and break points in every game so far.
Bar the Burridge hold to 30,
Yes.
but in those deuce games, it's been back and forth, and this will be frustrating to Burridge because from break point, 2 very quick service wins for Jones. Errors off the backhand and forehand.
Great return though, right on the line.
I mean, you might as well go for them if you're going to do that, right? That quick reset. We've seen some frustration from Burridge in these reactions, but as long as she can get her head back in place for the next point, she's going to be okay. And so we continue. Yep, she doesn't miss that forehand drive.
Yeah, very nice 1-2. Great first serve to set up the point there.
It will be intriguing to see what happens next if Jones can get across the line in this game. That lead will have felt so close to Burridge. Here we go, game point.
That was a big hole there. Very, very big hole, but 2 very short, very good points from Fran there, using a 4 anti-rate effect, but those first serves really helping her finish that game off. So it's actually only 2-all, believe it or not.
So tight, whereas over on court 1, we have Eden Silva serving for the first set over Naomi Brody. And looking for more points to her name. It's 2 points so far for Silva. We've got Gray, Raducanu and Watson all tied on 4 points each at the moment, so they're at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I believe Liam Brody's leading the men's scoreboard with 4 points, and then there's Jack, Aidan, Anton Matusevic and Andy all on 3 points each.
It's all pretty close. Everything's to play for over these last couple of days. We saw in that previous point Jones with the off backhand return, and she's just really showing the layers of her game out here so far. Lots of different options, and Burridge struggling with that early on.
Very nice from Jodie there. Could have been very awkward, but was just able to find enough feel on the ball to create problems for Fran there.
Yeah, great touch, and it's good to see Burridge mixing it up a bit. You know, she's got such a great power game, but if plan A isn't working, got to shift to plan B. You've got to look at what you can do differently.
Very nice from Jodie there, taking that forehand that little bit earlier and actually putting a little bit more pressure on Fran. I'd like to see that area of Jodie's game develop. I think she's got a great power game, but I'd like to see her being able to take that ball a little bit earlier on her forehand like she does on her backhand.
2-all, 30-15. Oh,
Read
nice.
that really, really well. Didn't have much disguise on that, Fran. She's been for it a couple of times now, and Jodie was quick up to that and able to put it past her.
Yeah, she barely broke stride, did she, there? Whipped it cross court. And again, confidence boosting moments for Burridge. She has double game point at 40-15. Having held her last service game to 30, only non-juice game of the match. But here's another. And that's a good regroup from Burridge, given that she had the points to go 3-1 up. She's been able to put that behind her very quickly and move to the 3-2 lead.
Yeah, remarkably, we're still on serve after all that.
Crazy. Well, over on court 1. First set has come to its conclusion. Eden Silva taking the 6-4 advantage. A reminder that there are streams for both courts via the LTA YouTube and Facebook channels. We are looking at your comments coming in. We're keeping score while we work to get the scoreboard back here. So it is going with serve at the moment, 3-2 in the favour of Burridge. There are some similarities for these two, both of them left home at a young age to go and train. Jodie went to boarding school down south, trained at West Hants Club, and Francesca went all the way out to Spain.
Yeah, I think she was there with her family. I think her family ended up relocating over there.
Oh, nice.
But she was training at the Sanchez Casal Academy over in Spain. I think she pretty much still does. I don't think she's been that involved in any of the British stuff going on over here in the summer. But no, I think you can see from her game style she's grown up on clay. She's quite competent from the baseline and very, very happy in those longer rallies. Always looking for the forehand. It's that sort of typical Spanish style.
And these courts will probably suit her well. Speaking to Heather Watson yesterday evening, said that these courts are playing very slow for an indoor court. So that might help her feel a little bit comfortable here.
Great point from both players there. I mean, Fran was able to defend her space very, very well. And with that last forehand, she stayed incredibly low and was able to really hit through the court there, putting a lot of pressure on Jodie. Some really, really good tennis to start off with.
Speaking of the speed of the court here, the LTA have made sure the matches will be on a similar type of court surface as that of Melbourne, which hosts the Australian Open, using the same balls to try and replicate those conditions. Interestingly, a goal of Jones's for the 2020 season, before everything went haywire, as we know, was to try and get a ranking that would get her into Australian Open qualifying for next year. And yeah, things have been up and down, but boy has she done well to break into that top 300 and even now into that top 250 and give herself a real shot at maybe not being at the Australian Open coming, but being at Grand Slams in future in the qualifying draws.
Super shot there from Jodie. Yeah, at 2-4-1, it'll be very close. Very, very close whether she gets in or not. The ladies qualifying being played in Dubai this year, and then the men's in Doha. It's a bit of a strange circumstance, but no, she might find herself very, very close.
Got a bit more time for it as well, with the Australian Open being pushed back. Usually it would take place in January, but due to the effects of the coronavirus, travel in and out of Australia now in February. Ooh, I think Burridge just calling that wide. Had some nasty spin on it, that slice. I wouldn't have wanted it going in.
We've got the scoreboard back as well.
We love to see it.
Yeah, I think over the summer, the whole of the National Tennis Centre was sort of made into a much more usable space. So I think the courts were resurfaced inside and out. There was a bubble put over the clay court. The rooms were renovated as well, and I think there was a new performance suite as well for the gym for the athletes. Ooh, that could be costly.
Scoreboard pressure?
Yeah, I think so. And serving it into Burridge's backhand, which she knows is her strongest shot.
Well, here we go. I don't think that Burridge has yet had a return game where she hasn't had a break point. Continuing the theme here, but yet to get that all-important breakthrough for the lead. Can she do it here? Got a second serve to look at. Sad ending to a great rally.
Yeah, it was a super point. It was the right shot, but then got caught in no man's land, caught watching it, hoping that Fran wouldn't get there, and just able to put the ball right near her feet here. Just got caught no man's land, and yeah, just an awkward shot and missing that signature backhand.
Definitely a laugh so you don't cry moment. She did it all right there. The return particularly, I thought Jones did really well to cope with it. It came so fast and deep. And again, we saw Burridge change it up, use the touch and feel with the drop shot. As a killer, she's got to put that one behind her quickly. Back to deuce. Familiar sight.
We've just hit the 1 hour mark. I mean,
it's pretty incredible, isn't it?
It is.
Some matches only last an hour. And then you feel that this one still has a way to go.
Yeah, it's definitely still got legs. Big hold from Fran there again. I mean, I think Jodie will be kicking herself. She'll probably feel that she should be up 5-1 here, and yet she's 3-all in the depths of it. So
how difficult is it to take that in your stride when that happens?
Well, that's tennis. That's the whole scoring system. You know, it's really, really important that you regroup and you try not to think too much about those opportunities that have been missed, but rather that what's going to lie ahead and how can you impact on that. I think it's from her perspective, if Jodie can keep having those sort of shorter service games and keep knocking on the door on Fran's service games, it won't be long before she breaks through. But important to take care of her own end.
Yeah, if she can keep her nose out in front here, advantage to be serving first at this point. There we go.
Super shot, super shot. And I thought Fran did exceptionally well just to maintain in that rally.
Great timing and topspin, drilled that final forehand cross court. And that's a great start after a frustrating game. Sitting up there for her backhand, was open for her signature shot, the backhand down the line. And maybe just the whole scoreboard situation playing on her mind a little bit there. Again, slightly rushed.
Super shot from Fran. One thing I'm really sort of impressed with Fran is she's been under enormous pressure these last sort of 3 or 4 games, but you know, no reactions from her at all that have been negative. It's only positive vibes from her, whereas Jodie does seem to be giving up a little bit of I don't know, maybe a little bit of negative energy at the minute. She needs to be careful not to leave Fran on.
There it is again. It is just that awareness of Jones covering the baseline, and she's not quite locked into that second shot behind the serve. It's putting her in a precarious position now. I should be relieved that didn't go over.
Yeah, that was going to be awkward, that's for sure. But another opportunity for Fran here.
30-40 break point here. Big serves under pressure is what she needs. And that one hung off the back of the service line. I wasn't sure she'd made it, but finds the box.
Yeah, I thought the serve may have been just long, and I think Fran did as well. I'm a little frustrated there, I think, by that.
Understandable.
I think, yeah, the umpire actually said he did think it was out.
Yeah, that 1-2. Maybe a little bit of justice there.
A little bit, yeah. Poetic justice. Little smile from Jodie. Hopefully that's going to relax her a little bit and she can refocus.
He needs to focus right away, facing another break point. And that's the kind of serve you like to see from Burridge in a pressure situation, straight into the body. I thought Jones actually did well to handle it, but it did mean that she was immediately on the back foot on the stretch.
Yeah, and I think one thing that was evident there was, you know, Jodie wants to take control, but is also happy to graft and take control of the point without sort of, you know, just going for clean winners, followed by an ace.
What a moment for it. Is that her first? I don't remember one so far today. And first for either player. We've seen some big unreturned serves from Jones, but first ace. There we go. You have to hand it to Jodie Burridge because it's been a very up and down day for her so far, and yet when push has come to shove, she's always managed to find the stuff she needs to stay out in front. So with over an hour of play, it is 4-3 going with serve as we head to the change of ends.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there for Fran at 15-40. I think she'd be disappointed with that one at 30-40. But, you know, absolutely all credit to Jodie there. Could have been very easy to lose that game and let your head drop, but bounced back very, very well and was able to produce some big tennis under pressure.
See Andy Murray sat behind her there. They played doubles together during Battle of the Brits team tennis, which was certainly a highlight for Burridge. I don't think she expected that to happen. Faced off with Jo Salisbury and Emma Raducanu early in the week. It was a great match and a great experience for Burridge. Kind of a reward, I think, for her form leading up to that. She had a great time over summer. She reached the final of the first week of British Tour and the Progress Tour Women's Championships, losing only to Raducanu and Katie Bolter on each occasion. Then she won the first week of the UK Pro Series over at St George's Hill. At team tennis, she beat Johanna Konta, Harriet Dart, Emma Raducanu and Beth Gray, among others. So she was really racking up form and confidence over the summer months, Burridge. And I'm not sure if she'll be aware, but this is the exact court on which she got that win over Konta at Battle of the Brits team tennis, because it had been raining and they were moved inside. So it was on this court that she recorded what was actually the best win of her career, rankings-wise. Konta, the world number 14. Now that won't be recorded because it wasn't a WTA level event, but it was over a WTA level player, and I think that was a significant result for Burridge in terms of assessing her ceiling and how far she can go, because she won that match in straight sets. Konta was just coming back after a period of break, but she was blowing her off the court at times and really imposing her power game, and I think that did open Burridge's eyes a little bit as to how far she can actually go in the sport.
Yeah, definitely. I think it showed her what she's capable of, and that's what these events were all about.
And it's interesting to see the forehand miss so early from Jones, because it's been such a reliable shot throughout the match so far.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, talk about painting the lines on the previous two shots from Burridge, but just wasn't able to put it to bed. Great defense from Jones.
Yeah, I think she'd be disappointed with that miss as well. I think she definitely had Fran on the ropes there, but well done from Fran, you know, making her play that extra ball, and that's one of the big things that she'll be doing out here today, is just trying to stick with Jodie.
There's the ace for Jones. That T serve has been particularly effective for her out here in this first set. Burridge not really able to anticipate it so much. It comes down fast. Well, that is a big hold of serve for Francesca Jones. It's the first time one of her service games hasn't gone to deuce so far, so she'll take some confidence from that, and Burridge probably some frustration because she's kept holding on, she's kept edging out in front, and will have felt with the way she's been pushing that the breakthrough was just around the corner, but that hold of serve says otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. Finding a few more first serves there and was able to take control of some of those points.
Business end now of the set. Meanwhile, on court one, Silva up a set and a break on Naomi Brody. Just broke for the 3-2 advantage in the second set. Here we go then, some pressure here on Burridge as she serves for the 5-4 advantage. This ball at times from Jones is travelling quite low, and Burridge has to keep her position over the shot but also give it enough height to get it over the net, and she just seems to be struggling a little for that combination at the moment.
Yeah, on those lower ones, she's going to need to go for a slightly steeper path with that racket, but also maintain that speed to get that little bit extra spin on it, and sometimes just a little bit too flat, which is why it's catching the top of the net. But great serve, so we're back to 15-all.
Yeah, that's all she needs to do, Jones. We know at this point in the match that Burridge is going to utilise that weapon of a serve as much as possible, try and keeps the point shorter, and actually when Jones just drifts the return into play, that's going to cause more trouble for Jodie because she has to generate the pace.
That's the first time I think Fran's gone line there. It's an interesting return. She's been returning so well deep through the middle. I'm surprised she went for that.
I think it's just because she was stretched out wide.
Yeah, maybe not quite behind the ball enough there.
Oh, that is a well-constructed point. I liked the depth on the slice from Burridge when she was pulled into the court a bit, just giving herself that extra bit of time to get back and recover. Timed this really well. A nice, comfortable finish on the forehand. Well, that's a great last couple of points from Burridge to steer herself, last three actually, steer herself out of a tricky situation there, with Jones having come through an impressive previous service game and would have sensed her opportunity, would have loved to come to this changeover, being ready to serve for the set after how tight it's been. But once again, Burridge keeping her nose out in front for 5-4.
Yeah, it's important not to get too disheartened with games like that. I think, yes, Fran will be probably a little bit disappointed she missed both those backhand returns, especially down the line when I think, you know, she's been so effective playing through the middle. But, you know, it's 5-4. They've been on court, what now? Almost an hour and a quarter. You know, it's really important that she maintains her focus going into this next game.
What do you think is going through Fran's mind at this point?
I think she's thinking more of the same. I think she was incredibly effective last game with her serve. I think putting lots of first serves in and looking for those forehand opportunities is going to be really, really key for her. So I think that's what she'll be focused on. Maybe also taking some cues from Jodie. If Jodie's showing some frustration, actually using that, you know, now is my moment.
Burridge will surely be thinking the same thing. It's been a hard slog to get to this point, but she knows she is 4 points away from taking the first set advantage. Reminder of the point system, it's 3 points for a win over a player ranked in the top 250. For players ranked 251 to 600, it's 2 points for a win over them, and then if you take a set, even as you go down, it is a point on the board for you. So an important first set here for both players. And a big first serve from Jones to get us underway in this all-important game.
Yeah, followed by a brilliant forehand. I think it was almost in on the second court.
A crazy angle, and the obvious option was to go up the line into the open space, so a very good commitment from her there, because in those balls that come short, sometimes you have too much time and you can overthink it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, especially at 5-4 after being playing for an hour and a quarter.
Strong start, setting the tone for this game.
Yeah, I think that was long. Maybe the umpire's response was didn't quite exuberate confidence that Jodie was looking for.
When you're on that court, everything's got to feel that much closer. Oh.
Yeah, this is the serving that she's been looking for. Great mix, and this is the thing, because she's started to spread the play a little bit better with that serve. You know, that first point she went wide, and then with that wide forehand, you know, Jodie's having to cover that a little bit more, and it's giving her more opportunities to hit that flat one down the tee.
Well, this is an unfamiliar sight. 40 love. What a time for it. Not across the line yet, though.
Great game. Great game there from Fran. I think there was, what, three points that ended within the first 3 shots there, which is pretty impressive.
Painting lines in that game. Just look at how this grazes the outside edge there. Fantastic control on the forehand wing. So we head deeper into this first set. Oh, it deserves a tie break at this point, right?
Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
Who would you see coming out on top, dare I ask?
Give me a minute.
Give you a couple games if we get there.
Eden's maintained her break on court 1. I think it's a set and 5-3 now. Naomi serving to stay in the match.
Feeling the pressure here.
Strange mistake there from Jodie.
Almost feels at moments like she's not sure of her options, because if she's attacking and the point extends beyond a few exchanges, she's in a bit of trouble. But then if she takes some of the pace off, Jones gets on top. Yeah, it did look just wide on that occasion. Honesty from Fran.
It's back to basics this week, isn't it? You know.
Yeah,
it was clearly wide. It's just Fran was a bit late.
We should add that the reason there are no lined judges here is because of the effects of coronavirus and trying to minimise persons present. Same for lack of ball kids. Back to junior days for the players.
Yeah, I think.
And it gets ugly there, right?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's a super point. She was quite patient there, but happy to stay in control of the rally, not over pressing, using that back behind. Fran doing her best to make her play one more ball.
She did the right things there, Jones, targeting the forehand wing, but once again, Burridge coming up with the goods when she's up against it with her back against the wall. One break point saved, one to go. And there it is. Deuce.
Someone mentioning on the YouTube chat that they think Emma Raducanu is a top 50 player, top 50 prospect. I totally agree. I think she can go higher than that.
Absolutely. One step at a time, eh?
Oh, she meant that one. Lovely change of direction there from Fran. It was a bit of a strange point again from Jodie. Was quite happy to be the more defensive of the players in there. And actually, I would have liked to have seen her replicate some of the play that she did in the last couple of points, where she's happily in control of the play.
I think once again maybe a sign of her being torn between options. She's not really sure what's working for her out here.
Just got a little close there. It's a nice idea to use that slice to try and get that little bit of extra time to then be able to hop around on the forehand, but didn't quite create enough space and just ended up dragging it wide.
First win of the day goes Eden Silver's way. It is a 6-4, 6-3 victory over Naomi Brody. That match started at the same time as this one, and we're still in the first set, so that's how tennis goes. Chance. And really it's fitting that this one is so close. I mean, the rankings not much different. Jones inside the top 250 at 241, but Burridge 262, not that far behind. Both of them have been playing their best tennis in recent times. Fran's 20, Jodie's 21. You know, they're two promising young rising players, and despite the dips and rises that we've seen out here today, I think that you can tell that there's a promising future for both of them.
Yes, I think they can. Both have got lots of areas that they can develop within their games, but also lots and lots of positives. Both have had good results on tour as well, and very, very good match players.
What a moment to whip out the big T serve. And Burridge giving Jones a little bit of a taste of her own medicine on that occasion. She's really struggling, Burridge, when the ball comes deep and high and she has that little bit more time where she has to prepare, get on top of the ball. The judgment and the length of her shot is something that she's having a little bit of a struggle with out here.
I think it's her timing, to be honest. She's just a little bit indecisive as well. She's not sure whether to back up or take it on, but in these big moments, this is where you've got to back yourself. And I'd like to see Jodie taking those on. Maybe not completely flat, but at least the ability to take that ball early, which is what we were talking about earlier.
Well, this is break point for Jones. And she consolidates. That reaction well earned for Francesca Jones, who heads to the changeover having won the last two games and knowing that she will have the opportunity to serve for this opening set. What a turnaround from her. Burridge keeping her nose out in front all the way.
Yeah, but I think the one thing that I said from Fran was her attitude and her resilience is fantastic. You
Absolutely.
know, there's been a couple of points where her head could easily have dropped, but you just don't see that from her. You know, there was a couple in that game. She had, you know, she got it on her fourth break point, but you know, she had those first two at 15:40. Just accepts it and happy to move on, and I think that's really refreshing to see. You know, very, very mature for someone at the age of 20.
Well, she's such an upbeat character, and we mentioned at the beginning of this match the syndrome that she has, EED, the condition that causes abnormal hand and foot development. So she's had a lot thrown at her from an early age. Tennis hasn't been the same path for her as it has been for everyone else. She's had to work more on the fitness and the physical sides. You know, she credits actually her development over last season. She started traveling with a fitness trainer near the beginning of the year after she'd had a hard time, really worked hard on that. And when you have to come through kind of adversity and different struggles early on, that helps the maturity process and the growing and the development. And yeah, 20 years old, but we're probably an older head and a wiser head on her shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also the support that she's received from the LTA helped to sort of facilitate that fitness trainer as well. So that PSP funding really coming in handy and making a difference very early on.
Here we go then, serving for a lengthy set. It's Francesca Jones. Well, that's a statement. First point from Burridge, taking the ball early from the word go.
Yeah, jumping on that second serve, Fran will be keen not to give her too many looks at those.
I think you know one of the guys out on court one now, do you? Yes?
Oh,
relative?
okay, yes. I
she had to check that.
I say little brother, but more like younger brother. Yeah, he's taking on Jack, so should be an excellent match on court one there.
Jay Clark v Jack Draper. If you want to watch that one, we've got streams for court 1 and court 3 here at Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis on the LTA YouTube channel and Facebook channel as well.
Very good there from Jodie, able to make the most of that second serve return again, adding that compound pressure, keeping Fran on the move and then able to finish with a smash. That's her game.
Yeah,
that's it.
This is what she would have wanted from the beginning, but sometimes it takes the scoreboard pressure, doesn't it? It takes it being, you know, she's on a tightrope now. It's this game or nothing.
Yeah, it's that fight or flight.
Here we go then, we're 30 for Burridge. They have to collect their own balls. She won't like this hanging around at this point. Once you've got your rhythm finally, you want to keep it flowing, keep it going. And I'm sure Jones will want to take as much time as she can preparing to serve to keep her head in the right place. She's done a great job of that so far.
That drop shot did not feel like it was supposed to be there. It was thrown in. It felt like a little bit of a panic, to be honest, and not able to build behind it.
Yeah, she wasn't well positioned to deal with the shot that came back from Jones either. It was a bit of a surprising shot from Burridge, given how she'd started the point with the same intent that she had in the previous couple, that deep drive that's really been working for her. Still with chances though, with the mini lead at 15-30, 2 points away from taking us to that tie break that seemed a given at one point.
Yeah, I think someone was talking about the Battle of the Brits and how fantastic it was for fans. I was literally saying exactly the same yesterday. It was, you know, it was a brilliant event in the summer. I was heavily pregnant, so I had my feet up watching, and it was just great to see so many good matches and so much depth in British tennis now.
Oh,
it's a big point right there. One thing I've noticed when these points have sort of arisen, these big points, if Fran isn't shying away from those, she's happy to be the one in control, dictating. I think maybe it's only been a couple of points in it here and there in this first set. But yeah, Fran's happy to take the reins when she can.
Stepping up. In the pressure moments, it's like they're both pushing each other to go for that bit more. Huge point here at 30 all. Jones maybe feeling it a bit there, that wonky toss. Oh, well handled.
I mean, she was, what, a metre, 2 metres behind the baseline on that last contact, but felt that she wanted to take control of that point and was able to do so.
That was huge. So many of those serves down the tee have been unreturned for Jones, and that one was put in an awkward position when the return loops in. But here we are, set point for Francesca Jones.
Oh, that's unlucky. It was a net cord just through Jodie there.
Just
that came
lifted.
very timely, very, very timely for Fran.
Absolutely. 1 hour and 24 minutes after they started this match, Francesca Jones takes the opening set 7-5 over Burridge. Now, how does Burridge respond? Because that was close all the way down for the majority of the time. She had her nose out in front. That's a big blow. How does she recover?
I'm sure I thought she'd be taking a loo break here. I think she needs a couple of minutes just to gather herself. That was a very, very long first set, and she'll need some time to regroup and actually maybe just tone it down. One thing that I really felt there was she was actually managed to maintain and stay quite calm throughout the match, but at 5 all, she gave Fran a couple of, you know, she definitely needs to keep a lid on it, because I think those negative responses help encourage Fran even more. And actually by the end of that set, you know, Fran was, you know, come on, after every point almost, you know, she was willing herself to win, whereas we don't really get too many positive reactions from Jodie. It's mainly those negative ones, and I think the more she can keep trying to develop that area on that aspect of her game and her personality, the better she'll be.
Absolutely, and we have seen progress in that department, but given the way the match went last night against Watson, 6-1, 6-4 was the final score, and again it was an iffy start that she didn't really seem to recover from. The serve wasn't working, the backhand was leaking some errors early, and that kind of thing in the match situation, it does get in your head, and it's so difficult to respond when you feel like you could be doing so much more. But Burridge, she just has to come back out here, treat it like a fresh match. And, you know, with the scoring system here, anything could happen. A reminder that instead of a full third set, we do have a match tiebreak. So if Burridge can turn things around now, take the second set, it will be first to 10 points to see who wins the match. And that in itself does change the mentality a little bit, right, as opposed to if they were out on the ITF circuit and they're having to play a full third set.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's knowing that you physically can last, you know, in that third set breaker. It's all to play for. Essentially, you've got to win one set and a tie break. That's it.
I was observing these two ahead of this match and looking at the interesting contrast, because there are similarities. You know, both trained away from home at a young age, both of them in a similar position in the rankings now, similar age, but they have quite a different approach to how they view their future in the sport. So Burridge is probably at this point the more well-known name of the pair. You know, she was a prodigy, rising star. She was held back by injuries. She's had a big profile over the Battle of the Brits periods, and she's very much, when asked about her future and what she expects of herself, she's been very conservative. She said, "Oh, I want to break into the top 200 next year. I would love to be top 100 at some point." And then you've got Fran, on the other hand, who said, "I want to win Wimbledon. I want to be the best in the world." And two very different mindsets, and yet for both of them seems to be working in their own way. So it is very much about personality. There's no one route, that works for every single player. It's about who you are and what works best for you. Maybe with Jodie Burrage and the outside expectation that there's been, she needs to take some of that internal pressure off in order to deal with the external, whereas someone like Jones, who's more below the radar, she can afford to kind of push herself and really motivate and set those bigger goals. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all personality choices and personal preferences, you know. Some people like to share their goals, others don't at the end of the day. And I think, you know, Jodie, like you say, she's got quite a big profile already, and, you know, she has that expectation on her. Fran is out in Spain and, you know, doesn't see a lot of the British players for sort of months at a time unless competing. So she's kind of off the radar and able to just sort of be in her own bubble as such. So, yeah, different approaches for different players, 100%.
Well, time for Burrage to look at this as a fresh match. She was serving first in the opening set and was broken to open, but did bounce back. We had that exchange of breaks and 2 very long deuce games at the beginning of the first set. Well, everyone watching on the YouTube, if you let us know in the live chat which young British players you're keeping an eye on, who's the hottest rising star for you, and what do you like about their game? Second set time, here we go.
Nice. Finding that early backhand straight away. Not wanting to waste any time there.
Well, that will settle her nicely. Someone singled out Jack Draper as a player they have their eye on. He's in action now.
I think it may have just caught the line there.
Yeah, Jodie blocking our view a little there. I wasn't sure, but she has to do that, Jones. She's got to respond. Burrage made clear in that first point that she's going to be stepping it up. Even on the replay, it was difficult to say. Just missed.
Yeah,
it's fractions, isn't it?
Couldn't quite see it there on the replay, but no, liking the way that Jones is looking for the forehand though.
The turn came in deep.
Few cheap mistakes at the beginning of this set. I know Jodie will be really keen to keep it tight.
She has to be careful because we did see there was a patch in that first set. Quite a few 1-2s from Jodie Burrage that weren't finding the court. And they did add up in the end. Oh, what a rally.
Great defence there, but super point there from Jodie.
The way she was able to find that line when she was on the stretch with the forehand and then recover as well. This ball came in deep. She took her time, found the mark. And that's such a confidence booster for Burrage because we've seen moments in this match where she's been tempted to rush. She hasn't got the timing right. That was perfect. And there we go. She's on the board to open up the second set. And that's exactly the start she needed after a disappointing end to a very close opening first set. Just looking at some of the names that are coming through from our live chat for young players they've got an eye on. Emma Raducanu, of course. Arthur Ferry has had some superb form over the last few months. He was actually practicing with the likes of Novak Djokovic at the ATP finals when that was held for the final time in London last month, and an opportunity that he thoroughly deserves. He's such an intriguing player to watch, Ferry. He's got a great game style. I've seen him on some fast indoor hard courts over summer, and he looked unstoppable at times when he was in the zone.
Yeah, and I think he's had a lot of matches from the British Tour events, and obviously he won the British Tour Masters a couple of days ago now, but yeah, feeling very confident, very match tight, which is unusual at the minute considering the situation that we're in.
Liking the mention of Maya Lumsden here. Someone says because of her ability to turn defence into attack so quickly and fantastic drop shots too. Maya, the Scottish #1, and such a different player compared to some of the others that are moving up. You know, she's very agile. She's got a lot of tricks in her box, and yeah, great player to watch. Missing her this week. Someone else says for me it's got to be Jack Draper. He's been consistent and shows true grit, like a certain Sir we all know of. And he's had his eye on Jack and Emma. It just goes to show the depth of talent that we've got on the rise. You know, players around the age of 23 and under. And we had a great opportunity to see them over the events that the LTA and Jamie Murray have been staging. It's been a great opportunity for them to get some practice with the more senior players, and that's not an opportunity that players in a lot of countries are going to get, but with the depth here.
It's a super shot there from Jodie. And just a training environment. I'll be honest, over the summer I was lucky enough to come down a couple of times with Jay and just witness what's happening down here. It's just a great environment. I think it's what this National Tennis Centre was always built to be, but maybe not necessarily ended up being with a lot of players training remotely or training abroad. But no, it's been great for everyone to be around the likes of, you know, Joe Conter, Heather Watson, Andy Murray, Dan Evans.
Yeah, sometimes it's the approach to the game that makes all the difference, and seeing the way they go about their business can have a real impact. See there again, a little bit of what you mentioned. Burridge sends a backhand into the net. Fran pumps herself up with a fist pump, some vocal encouragement, and Burridge with her vocal displeasure. And it's the contrast of the two. And like we've said before, both of them have different personalities, so they're not going to be replicas of each other on the court, but it is about those moments and when you let it out.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when there's such small margins between the two. It really can be the difference between winning and losing. I think there are such small margins in the game anyway, so you need to take every advantage that you can.
Went for it. There we go, then a chance for Jones to level up on the scoreboard without us having seen any deuce games in this set, that makes a change. Be looking for a big serve here. We've seen some bombs down the tee. She's used that shot incredibly well to move Burridge out of position.
And usually drop shotting down the line, but opting for the cross court there. I mean, but Jodie was there in plenty of time, and I think she'll probably be a little bit disappointed to miss that one, having read it and been on the net pretty quickly.
Now, there have been patches of great stuff from Burridge, but she'll know that she hasn't hit her stride completely during this match. She hasn't hit top form. And do you think in situations like that where she's up in time, she's got the ball on her racket, maybe there's that tightness from knowing that she hasn't produced her best stuff?
But I think that's usual for tennis players. You know, you play your best tennis 10, maybe 15 days a year.
True.
You know, you're playing the 60 to 75% probably majority of the time. May have been just wide.
Yeah, I think that was the call from the chair and from Jones as well. Burridge wasn't convinced, but you never want it to be, do you?
Yeah, I heard Fran say, yep, as soon as she saw it land, it was right on the line. Super shot from Jodie.
Yeah, the great topspin applied, just bringing it back down into the court. It looped a little. Great placement.
Bad luck. Good effort.
It's nice to see this from Jodie, though, much more assertive from her and going back to what is her natural game.
I think her natural game, she wants to be aggressive, and I think as she improves, it's getting not only those big winners, but also that compound pressure where she's able to just sort of suffocate players with her big shots, but still able to remain very consistent.
Well, even at 40 love down, no game is a write-off. We've seen how close this one has been all the way through. And key for Jones just to take it one step, 1 point at a time. Loved seeing her positive attitude out here. Oh, low pass. So low that I think it clipped the net, which is why Jones offered up the apology there. Maybe a little bit fortunate, the way she moved around this one, that dropper was a bit predictable. Jodie was up to it, but you see how that slides over the net. You've got to keep them low. The passes made life difficult for Burridge there, whether that had brushed the net or not. That's a smart serve from Burridge to put the lid on the game, heading to the changeover with 0 breaks in this second set, 2-1 to Burridge. There have been some questions in the chat about absences of particular players. Obviously, we are very close to Christmas. Some players aren't based in Britain, so we've had some travelling elsewhere. Someone mentioned Maya Lumsden. She's not at full fitness at the moment, which is why she's not present. But I think, you know, this close to Christmas, we're as fortunate to have as many of the top Brits as we do at this tournament. We've got a full field of them, and I know I probably wouldn't choose to be working this close to Christmas if I was them. So, but pre-season doesn't really stop.
Exactly, yeah. As I was say, they might get a day or two off for Christmas, but normally they'd be leaving Boxing Day or even Christmas Eve for Australia and spending Christmas out there. A lot of them are training sort of very, very close to Christmas at the minute, and I think we'll be leaving very early in the year to try and compete as and where they can. There's quite a limited schedule at the minute. I think there's a three or four maximum per week with the challengers, and there's only sort of 3 ITF tournaments as well as the ATP, so very, very limited schedule. So these tournaments and getting these matches are very, very important for them. Oh, beauty. Great pass. Read it well. Was able to just get it to drop there. But what's quite nice is I think Jodie's definitely got a little bit more of an aggressive mindset this second set. Definitely looking to try and step in and take control of the play, but also varying the pace as well, which is great to see.
I thought that was top improvisation from her because the drop shot seemed a little forced. It was more kind of defensive from her. And she really thought her way through that point, which was good to see.
Actually mentioned Ali Collins, I can see in the chat, and actually she was a fantastic player a few years ago. I'm not actually sure what happened to her. I think she went out to the college in the States, but I've not heard too much about her since.
Has she been at Soto Tennis Academy?
Oh, okay,
I feel like she has. I've definitely seen her name in some competitions. Plays a fair bit of doubles.
Yeah, Jodie giving Fran no time. Fran tried to use that high ball to give herself some time to recover, and Jodie trying to sort of providing the antidote to that by taking that ball nice and early on the rise on her backhand, which is what I said, that she's very strong there. I'd love to see her doing it more with her forehand as well. But 15:30, an opportunity here.
I mentioned Soto Tennis Academy just briefly over in Spain. The director there, Dan Kiernan, former British #1 in doubles, I think. And he's, over the lockdown period, has been hosting a podcast called Control the Controllables. Have you heard any of those?
Yeah, I've heard a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, they've had a lot of British tennis guests on, and Jodie was on very recently talking about her rise, her background. It was very interesting stuff. Oh,
nice
well played.
Change. Nice change.
Nice. Up on top of that quickly, Jones behind the pickup from Burridge. Held over the top. And doing really well to keep those passes low. That's so important.
But look at that position. Dropping that back knee almost to the ground there. Another ace, I think. We missed it.
Too quick for us. Here we go, 2-all. And we haven't had the juice game battles of the first set, but it certainly still seems to be very close.
Yeah, it's absolutely, it's very, very competitive. Less opportunities I'm seeing now to maybe attack on the other person's serve, maybe not quite as many second serves. But very, very competitive still, and new balls. So we were talking about this the other day. Do you prefer to play with new balls, serving with, or return? Because for me, I always prefer to return, because I always felt like it took me a game to get back into it, and it was the last thing I wanted was to get broke with new balls if I wasn't making enough first serves.
They just fly, don't they?
They do fly. They skid as well. So yeah, not ideal.
If you've got a big serve though, like Burridge, does she see that as an advantage?
I'm sure she will. If these first serves are all hitting the court, then yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's the key, yeah. Here we go then, 2-all. Going with serve, no breaks so far in this set. Yeah, we do have a player in the commentary booth that beat a former world #1, Caroline Wozniacki, just before she hit her peak, right?
Yeah,
yes?
that was it. That was it. I think we were about 12, if I'm taking that. But yeah, no, I came from an incredibly strong age group.
Kick to the backhand. That's often a serve that you see under pressure. I think two of the big serves under pressure are that body serve and the kick serve to the backhand, which I don't think we've seen so much of today.
I think that's the thing with Jodie. She has such a good serve, and it's so versatile. She's able to hit all of the spots as well as getting those kickers in. And she's also, it's got great disguise. You know, that ball toss is very, very neutral. You know, you can't see it right until the last moment where she's actually going to go. And she's not. I mean, she's 5'8", 5'7.5", 5'8". She's not the tallest, but she's got a fantastic serve.
Yeah, looking to utilise that. Made the most of those new balls. 3-2 here in the second set, and 3-2 in the first for Jack Draper over Yaz's little bro, Jay Clark, on court 1. It's going with serve though. 3-2 with serve. And Jay looking to spoil the party today because it is Jack's 19th birthday.
Yeah, absolutely. But good on him, getting out here, playing on his birthday. But this is it for tennis. I'm afraid tennis players are so used to birthdays, you know, those types of things just being another day. So
you can see Aidan McHugh in the background there. He played on his birthday during the summer, during British Tour. I think it was his 20th and won. So you don't want to lose on your birthday, but sometimes it has to happen. Toughens you up, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh dear.
Yeah, my birthday was always during national, so I was always competing on my birthday too.
Right. No avoiding it. So going with serve here. We are looking at the live YouTube chat, and several people here impressed by Jones. And like we say, because she's been based abroad, the British public haven't seen so much of her, but she's certainly a name you'll be hearing more of in future.
I'd like to see both of these guys with maybe a few opportunities over the grass court season. I think it definitely suits Jodie's game. Oh, look at that from Fran, fantastic. Moving backwards, but still able to hit through that forehand and hit the space.
It's interesting, these two different wings of the weapons. Jones is really firing with that forehand, and Burridge obviously has the brilliant backhand. And we've spoken during this match about how much of a benefit Jones's attitude has been. How much of a difference do you think that makes when we're talking about gaps in the rankings? How much is attitude in terms of building your way up those ranks?
It's huge. I think in terms of creating belief, I think, you know, from my perspective, Fran thoroughly believes that she can be, you know, she can achieve what she's, you know, setting herself out to achieve, and she's very, very determined anyway. But I think that attitude it's very refreshing to see, because I think you can see quite a few players getting down on themselves, but you know, there's no reactions. There's no reactions to any negatives. It's all good stuff from her.
I love her outlook as well. Obviously, she has this EED condition. She has 3 fingers, 1 thumb, both hands, and that has affected her. And I saw in an interview she said, "I don't mind people mentioning that and concern to me. I'm proud of it. It's part of what has made me who I am."
Ooh, nice back behind there from Jodie.
Just caught the sideline.
Yeah, if you look at Fran's court position there, maybe just drifting a little too far back, needs to regain that position if she's going to be able to be aggressive in these rallies.
Yeah, she does want to try and wrong foot Jones, because really throughout this match Jones has looked pretty well balanced at the baseline. That depth of shot continuing to cause problems.
It's been a lazy footwork there from Jodie. She was a little bit open stance, but done with creating that little bit more space. She had the time to do it. Maybe felt that she was in the right position, but definitely a little close.
Double fault for Burridge, and you can only think that scoreboard pressure even played its part there. Now, interesting to see how she responds, because throughout that first set she was rising with her back against the wall, but it did become too much.
And that's what she's been able to produce under that pressure, is those big serves. Not favouring one particular place either.
Keeping it unpredictable. 1 saved, 1 to go. Wow, keeping it low again. And a big reaction.
There's not been a lot in it though, has there?
No.
The whole match, it's really been very, very close. And Fran just scrambling and making Jodie play one more ball and a very, very difficult volley. She didn't get quite close enough.
I felt Burridge had played a good rally there. She showed her confidence by taking the drive in the air, but Jones, when Burridge has been in the forecourt, has been very good at keeping her shots low and making that volley so difficult for Burridge in the end. So she does sit down at the changeover with the break advantage, and this is really going to test what Burridge is made of, because she's not playing her top level, she's not in her best headspace, but she is such a competitor. Can probably give some credit to her 3 brothers for that. She grew up in a family of 3 brothers. She's number 2 child. Has older brother Zach and then younger brothers Ben and Seb. Her mum Yvonne used to play tennis, which is actually how Jodie started to play the sport herself. I think her dad was a semi-pro, not football, a rugby player was Chris.
Wow,
So
okay.
she's been surrounded by sport. She's had the competitive side growing up with the brothers to compete with, and you do see that on court. She's a fighter, even when it's not going her way, and the frustration that we see from her that's so evident is part of her desire to win and her competitive nature coming out, because she knows she's better than sort of what she puts out on court
definitely,
sometimes.
yeah. I think she knows that she can produce a higher level here. It's just being able to find it in time.
See if Jones gives her a little more here.
Great shot. It's really nice to see her still being able to take on those shots. You know, she's setting a break down, but not backing away from it at all.
Yeah, it's funny because that return was near identical to the return that she hit in her first return shot of when Jones was serving for the set in the previous set. So again, and she came out with the right mindset previously, just a couple of points didn't go her way. But here we go, more of the same from Jodie Burridge, stepping up and taking that ball on. It's kind of a now or never moment, you feel, with the way she's playing.
That's what I was talking about. Sometimes it's finding the answers in time, isn't it?
She can feel the sand slipping through the glass. Fantastic hitting, and
it's funny, isn't it? When you get in front, you've worked, you know, tooth and nail to get that set of break up, and then this happens. But this is tennis for you right here.
Yeah. Step up from Burridge, potentially a slight drop off from Jones, but we've seen her stellar attitude so far. See what she can bring to this situation, facing Love 40.
Oh, and there it is. Straight back.
Heck of an angle.
I think she just said, you know, why have you been doing that? And that's it, isn't it? It's when your back's against the wall and you just relax, and she just opened her shoulders there and played a great game to break straight back.
And we see it so often, don't we? And every time the reaction is the same. Why wasn't I doing it in the first set? Well, you didn't need to necessarily in the first set, but that was now or never for Burridge, because if Jones had held that game, there's no guarantee that she's going to have another return game to take a crack at, because 3-5, Jones would have really ripped in and loved to finish on a break of serve. So 4-all is a completely different story. And as we know, if Burridge can level here, it's a match tiebreak to decide the outcome. So still anyone's match. Commentators curse. It happens.
I had it yesterday. Always kicks in at those moments, isn't it?
Built that one up nicely. But again, you know, Burridge, something I've noticed about her, even when she's had frustrations in recent times, is her ability to move on quite quickly. Even if she shows that frustration, you know, crack on with the next point.
Yeah.
Just wide.
Fran will be disappointed with that. She was there in plenty of time. Just pushed it wide.
Is it the indecisiveness when you've got someone blocking that portion of the net and not knowing which way to take it past them?
Yeah, sometimes, and sometimes, you know what, it's actually making them play.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's just putting one more ball in, you know, 4 all love 15, it can be a stressful time anyway. Trying to put that volley away is not easy. It's just been called out.
Yeah, a bit loose on that forehand, and this is where Burridge needs to be really careful. She played a fantastic return game to get back on track here, but that looks more like stuff we were seeing earlier in the match, and she needs to make sure she doesn't seesaw when she's got herself into a good position, and has probably made Jones feel some real pressure here.
Lovely play there. Great 1-2.
I loved the pickup. It would have been tempting to drive the forehand, but she just brushed up the back of it to get that angle, which made the finishing shot that much more easy into the open court. There we go.
Then just closing, anticipating really well that was going to be a slice there from Fran. Straight in, not to let that drop.
Quite the moment for it as well. 15-30, big point there. And another one here.
Oh, it was timely. There we go. It pays Fran back for that one on set point in the first set.
That's the first time we've seen more of a dead net cord, though. That one wasn't much bounce in that one, so
I know.
Moment for it. Give us some credit. The topspin rolled it over.
It did, yeah, something like that. Something like that. Or the speed. The speed.
Yeah. Combination. Oh, it's tough. She has to let it go quickly. Jodie will take it. Anything at this point. Game point.
Oh, but Fran senses here an opportunity. This is it, you know, she can. Everyone's a little bit nervous. That last ball, it did trickle over the net, but this is where, as a player, you know that your eyes are going twice as big because you are ready. And it's really, really important to make them, even though Jodie can put down these big serves, to make her play this next ball.
Such an impressive response after the way she lost the previous point. And once again, keeping Burridge deep in that court.
We've got a few people on the balcony. I think it was a let first serve there. Little loose there from Jodie. And that's what I was talking about, making her play these balls. She's got great aggression, but it's just controlling that and giving her that solid foundation that I know that Dave's trying to do, is improve that shot making and that decision making process.
Overtouched it a little, but it's a big result. A break point for Fran Jones.
First sign of frustration for Fran there, I think.
Yeah, and we've been watching this match over 2 hours, so really, with it being so tight, she's done well not to show anything so far.
It's a super shot going backwards, managed to find the angle there, create just enough space.
Forehand side as well. And I think she'll be happy to have the winner come from that wing, because in these critical stages then, a little bit of uncertainty for Jones of which wing to actually target. But yeah, stretching her out on the forehand does the job. It's about picking the moment for it. Jamie Murray up on the balcony, tournament director for a number of events over the summer months, and his partnership with the LTA has staged this event. The players very grateful for that. Just seeing the players and coaches up on the balcony, a reminder of what a great thing it is to have the NTC at this point in time as a kind of a safe haven for the players.
Doesn't miss many of those.
Pressure moments, pressure telling. Here we go, another break point for Jones. And she's called that long. The backhand drifts from Burridge, who looks in disbelief, but it is the key advantage for Fran Jones, who's really worked for it heading into this change of ends, knowing that she will have an opportunity to serve for a straight sets win, and that victory would taste incredibly sweet, because Jodie Burridge, at her peak or not, is no pushover. So it's a big changeover. We saw how Burridge responded previously when she was a breakdown. She came out playing all or nothing tennis, attacked, stepped into the court, and we've got to expect to see more of that from her now. Now, this has been so close that Fran Jones could well be feeling a little nervous, even if she doesn't show it. It's never over till it's over. She's 4 points away, but she hasn't won yet. The first serve has been venomous from her at times, and she'll be looking to whip out some big ones down the tee. Burridge, meanwhile, will be looking to rip into any second serve or anything that falls a little short. Update that over on court 1, Jack Draper has edged the opening set over Jay Clark. He broke for it, 6-4. Had previously led 5-2. Clark fought back, but having got back on serve, Draper made the crucial breakthrough. Here we go then, Fran Jones serving for a big win. Starts with an ace. One way to do it. This will really test what she's made of. Not that we haven't seen that already. Her mentality really serving her well. Oh, good get from Burridge. A key moment for it. Jones has been near unstoppable off the forehand side today, but Burridge with a quick sprint up to that one. Nice touch to deal with it, and then she just had to touch that one back into play. She tried to overhit it, it would have gone wrong. Just gets it on the strings. And at this point, the difference between 30 love and 15 all is huge. just called it long. And that's interesting to see because 2 points now. Jones has gone for the drop shot off the forehand wing, and both times it's been unsuccessful. Burridge has been up on top of it. Not sure it's quite as well disguised as it has been earlier in the match.
Yeah, maybe keen to try and finish this match a little bit sooner than she initially should be.
Here we go, under some pressure then. Well, it was an ace to kick things off, but Burridge did not let that deter her. Got straight back to business. And she isn't done yet. Double break back points. And even at this point,
well, we've had three breaks in a row, haven't we? Could this be 4?
Well handled.
She read it, didn't quite get a racket on it there.
Was that just the pace of the finish?
Yeah.
I think that Jones did really well to handle the early stages of that rally because she seemed to be pushed back a bit by the return, but still with the complete follow through to get the depth that she needed. So 1 saved. She's an inch away from deuce. I'm reminded that the players are making their own line calls here. The umpire is in the chair to keep score and keep an eye on those service calls as well. What a moment to change it up. Jodie Burridge with her most successful shorter ball of the day with that drop shot. It was just the right moment, wasn't it?
It was. And 3 drop shots in one game. I mean, to go from none to 3, it's...
Christmas came early. Well, that's fantastic work from Burridge. There was some moments there where the nerves would have been very much present. And again, that finish to the rally, we've seen that set up previously and she's rushed and she's netted the backhand, but she took her time there.
4 breaks in a row. She'll be looking for a lot of first serves in this game. Try and stop the rot.
Maybe Burridge will feel that's kind of a lifeline game, the one that she just won, and that might make the difference here because, you know, we are edging still further into the business end. There's less breathing room. And like we say, she does rise with her back against the wall. And what about Jones? She's been so steady all the way through, but might we see a drop off as it gets tight here?
Yeah, so potentially, but I don't think we'll see it mentally. I think regardless of the outcome of this set, I think we're going to see Fran doing what Fran does best.
Oh,
well played.
The signature forehand. Well, that sent a statement. The timing she has on it is fantastic.
It's very loose. She's able to generate spin, and she's also able to flatten out above the shoulder. Oh, wow.
Absolute fire. And she's playing so close to the lines at times. It's a dangerous game, but more often than not, she's coming out on the right end of it.
Yeah, and if you look at her court position here as well, she's a long way back, almost in those tram lines, but still able to hit that line ball so well. Got great trajectory on it.
Some driving from Burridge. She senses that this is her moment. I guess there comes a moment where the adrenaline kicks in and overrides some of the other emotions that have been troublesome during the match.
Just drifted wide there, tried to find the angle.
Went sharp, didn't it? But not quite finding the court, and that does mean that Jodie Burridge is within 4 points of taking this to a deciding match tiebreak. And to be fair, as close as Fran Jones has been to the straight sets win, as close as this one has been, it deserves to go the distance.
Yeah, definitely. We're 2 hours and 21 minutes in, and we still haven't finished the second set yet. So it's been a very, very physical battle by both of them.
Crazy stuff. Well, in the fourth match of the day on court one, there's been a bit of a change. Anton Matusevic will be replacing Jan Choinski to take on James Ward. The Draper versus Clark match still going on in the second set. And then following this one, which has overstayed its time on court three, but we're not complaining. It's been a great match. Dan Evans up against Liam Brody. That should be quite the contest. And then that will be followed by Andy Murray's clash with Cameron Norrie, with Heather Watson up against Emma Raducanu to round out the day. That is some lineup on court three today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to both of those last matches. And Evo is always interesting to watch.
He's got such versatility. We've got a great mix, really, of players and game styles here at the event. Okay, then. How will Jones respond to serving to stay in the set?
I don't know, Fran's maybe getting a little tired mentally. A couple of those short slices, whether that was meant to be a drop shot or just a change of rhythm, I'm not sure. But, you know, she's been very successful off that forehand side. I'm surprised to see that. And it's giving Jodie that in, which, you know, you don't want Jodie anywhere near the beginning of the court.
The angle of that racket face, it definitely looked like she aimed it to be a drop shot, but again, she didn't. It wasn't tight enough to the net. And but it was interesting to see her use those slices earlier in the rally, because we've seen a few drop shots, but not so many slices in recent times. So, mentally tired or not, still thinking through the match and through her options. Well, she really went for that.
Yes, and to be honest, the person who seems to be able to take control of the points earlier on is the person who seems to be coming out victorious. So I'm surprised to see Jodie trying to trade there and not be a little bit more proactive in those points.
Maybe she sensed what you did, that there is some
maybe there's a little bit of anxiety. Yeah, absolutely.
And I guess the temptation then is to hang in there a little bit longer, but that's not her style.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Great serve there. Targeting the weakness. Able to find that little bit of width. Jodie just couldn't quite control it off the racket.
Because she can smell the tie-break here. She's going to get one either way, Jones, whether it's in this set or whether it's the match tie-break. Is it difficult not to get ahead of yourself at this point in the match?
Very difficult.
Great drive.
She's doing all the right things though, Fran. She's managed to steady the ship here and as the one who's in control, playing a little more aggressive, looking for her opportunities.
Here we go, game points for the tie-break. There we go. Tie-break time in the second set. Well, I asked you who you'd favour in a first set tie-break. We never got that one. Any thoughts on the second set tie-break? I won't push you if you don't want to go there, but
I think Fran. I think she's. I think she seems steadier throughout. But Jodie has the potential to just power through anyone. How about you?
If you're going Fran, I'd happily take Burridge, but it's a toss-up. There's something interesting I'll mention after this point. She is going to want to extend those rallies as much as possible because she's been so much the better player, I think, throughout the match. Yeah, Jodie, take a sit down. Might as well. That's really been where she's thrived, I think, in the longer exchanges. What I felt was interesting about this is, yeah, Jones has been the steadier player throughout the match, but a tiebreak is a shorter length of time, and Burridge has actually been able to raise her level in return games where she's really needed to break through. So all she needs is a little bit of a bump up for these next few points in order to take herself into the match tiebreak shootout. That said, it's very important to get a good start, and it's Jones that has the good start here. So these next 2 points are very important.
I just think for me, Jodie's got a little bit away from the game style. Fran's probably playing a little bit out of her comfort zone, having to be this aggressive against Jodie. But Jodie's, yeah, she's sitting back a little bit, and she can't afford to do that.
The attitude and the way she's approaching this is a little bit surprising to me because, I mean, I'm not in her position, but she's looking at this and she's potentially got 2 tie breaks to win the match, so you would expect her to kind of go after it a bit more. Was that called long, or did that find the corner?
I think it may have found the corner. Yeah, it did, and that is a huge lifeline, but also a little bit more aggressive there, which is what I'd like to see Jodie doing. Playing a little bit more within her game style.
I think that point was huge to get the mini break back. You know, 3-love in a tie break. It's such a short amount of time. It makes Absolutely. A lot of difference.
Especially when you're a set down as well.
There we go. Depth of shot.
Forcing the error from Fran there. Maybe just trying to pressurize it. Three forehand mistakes there from Fran.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, like you say, she has been steady throughout this match, and yet at the back end of that second set, it was not that long ago she had chances to serve it out, and there were a few more unforced errors off the forehand side, and tie breaks are places where those kind of errors are exposed. I mean, you're going to make errors throughout the match. It's not always about how many you make, but when they come.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it would be a devastating time for Jones to lose some of the control here. There it is again. Forehand long there, I think. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, she needs to stop this rot now. It's 4 in a row.
Amazing how quickly things can change. 2 minutes ago, Jodie with her hands on her hips behind the baseline.
Mini break.
Yeah, distinctly unimpressed. And now heads to the change of ends. 4-2 up. 3 points away from bagging this tiebreak and this set. Anton Matusovic hitting on the far court, getting ready for his late call-up. Massive moment for Jones. There we go. She needed that to stop the momentum.
I like Jodie's intention, though. You know, I know she missed that there, but she was right on the money. It was the right shot, and I, you know, Fran was probably hoping that was going to drift wide.
We've seen kind of a number of those misses from Jodie throughout the match. Do you think that's part of why she has leaned away from her game style? Maybe she's been put off by her own misses.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, lovely serve there.
That's where it's so handy to have the big weapon in your pocket. Moments like these where you're probably feeling so tight with nerves, you don't want to play too much. Jones has been engaging her in some really demanding rallies. Just keep it short, keep it quick. Has to stay in the moment here, Jones. We've seen all the way through, it's been so close, so 6-3, by no means over. She can just hang on to these next couple of service points. Doesn't want to throw in any second serves because Burridge has been stepping up to attack those.
One at a time.
One down, 2 to go.
And not backing away though, is she? She's willing to win and lose on her terms, which is nice to see.
Yeah, that was more like it, more like the vintage stuff we saw in the earlier stages of the match. So she's done her job now, held her 2 service points. It's now on the racket of Jodie Burridge. And serve to level up. Well, I think this tiebreak turned into a mini version of this match. Burridge again coming from behind, getting the advantage, and now we're back level at 6-all.
Didn't quite commit there with that backhand. Wanted to do the right shot, but actually was pulling away from it, and it was far too flat. Feet weren't quite in the right position. I like the return that Fran played there. You know, 6-5. You want to be aggressive, but you also want to have those margins. So to go heavy, quite quick through the middle, still had a lot of racket head speed, but was able to be aggressive, but with those big margins that she needed.
Well, it's interesting to see how Burridge felt the moment that Jones didn't really give her an opportunity to get in on her service points, and then really wasn't fully engaged on that service point, and it cost her. This is a big one for her.
Ooh, frustration between serves.
Yeah, you can just feel the tightness, can't you?
And absolutely, Fran there going again, like I said, wanting to be aggressive, but also needing those big margins. Aggressive through the middle, fast racket speeds, very, very heavy. I think there was only ever going to be one result after that little outburst between first and second serves.
So assertive. Yeah, you do feel to an extent we've seen the contest replayed within a shorter time frame in this tiebreak. The question is, will Jones now be able to close it out, having served for it once already?
Interesting choice of first serve there, going with the kicker as well.
There it is. A huge win for Francesca Jones.
I don't know about you guys, but I need to lie down.
Tremendous attitude from her from the first point to the last. She had opportunities to finish it earlier. Burridge, to her credit, back against the wall, raised her level, came back into the match on her own terms, but it is Jones who pulls her way back from the deficit in the tiebreak to take it in straight sets, 7-5, 7-6, and to notch a couple of points in her first match here at Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. For Burridge, I mean, she'll be disappointed. A couple of losses in the past 24 hours, maybe just a bit too much too soon for her after competing abroad. But on this day alone, the better player came out on top.
Yeah, I think very, very close in the stats there when you look. Fran had a couple more, 67% win percentage on that first serve. 45-44 on the second. It was very, very close. 69-68 in the first serve percentages. But for me, it just came down to purely the attitude. I think from Fran's perspective, 6-3 down, she didn't blink. She was sticking to her game style. She was quite happy to have lost that set on her own terms and go into that third set tiebreak. Jodie there, that big point at 5-all and just, at 6-all and hitting her foot with her racket, I thought was, it gave Fran that boost. She knew that Jodie was wavering, and it was a shame to see that at the end. But no, all credit to Fran and Jodie. Fantastic performance. 2 hours and 36 minutes. Proper match.
Yeah, what a contest. Enjoyed watching that one. There's so much variation, and the contrast in players, two players that we will be seeing, I'm sure, a lot more of. We've got Fran Jones with her great ambitions and Jodie Burridge with her clear potential. A pleasure to see them both at this tournament. But that's match one, finally done and in the books, and we move on for match two to the clash between the British number one Dan Evans, who'll be taking on Liam Brodie. And well, we'll be back later. Are you on for this next match?
I am.
Yep.
I'm on with Nick next.
Nick Lester and Yaz Clark to take you through that second match. Don't go anywhere. Remember, there are streams for both courts. The clash between Jay Clark and Jack Draper still going on in court one. They're in the second set, so stay on top of those, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome back to the National Tennis Centre as we get our teeth into the second match of the day after a very lengthy opener here on court number 3. Coming up for us, we'll look forward to seeing Dan Evans take on Liam Brodie. Dan, of course, the British number 1, has been for some time now, almost a year that he's occupied that particular spot. And he's playing a man who he knows very well this afternoon, and a man who's in good form as well. Liam Brodie's played some good tennis, not just here, but over the last couple of months or so. I'm Nick Lester alongside Yaz Clark. Yaz, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. These guys know each other about as well as anyone, don't they?
Yeah, they'll have trained together on tour quite a bit, practiced, and they've seen each other around playing lots and lots of matches as well. I think they've actually played each other a couple of times as well.
They have. They played in Nottingham. I was looking up a few years ago at a challenger over there, and I think they played in the States, didn't they? Both matches were pretty tough. What have you made of Liam's run over the last few months? Because certainly results-wise, it's been a good period for him.
Yeah, I think he's come into his own. It's one of those things, you know, Liam was a fantastic junior. I think he reached 2 in the world as a junior, you know, finalist at Junior Wimbledon. It's really hard to match those expectations when you move into the adult game. And yeah, he initially went up really quick in those rankings. I think he went up to around 150. Had a tough back end of sort of 2018, but then, you know, he's put in some really good results these last couple of years. I think he's reached the final in Italy in his second second to last challenger. And just, yeah, he's working well with his coach, Dave Sell. They obviously qualified at the French Open as well. You know, not his preferred surface, but again, able to be effective. So, yeah, I think he'll be really happy with his form going into 2021.
Yeah, I was discussing this with someone the other day. I think someone like Liam has definitely benefited as well, for me, from obviously the events here, but also the financial remuneration that comes with that, the amount of money that these guys have been able to make over the last 6 months or so, because suddenly they've got a little bit more money in the bank, and you would imagine that relaxes them as well when they go on court. There's not quite so much additional pressure from that perspective.
Yeah, I think so. I think hopefully, you know, with the LTA support as well that they're getting, I think Liam was previously on the PSP program. I don't think he is anymore, but yeah, it all helps. I think it can be quite stressful, you know, trying to find funding and things like that. You know, tennis is it can be an expensive sport, at the professional level. So, yeah, it definitely all helps.
Definitely. Dan Evans, of course, has had a great year. We know that. In fact, 9 top 20 wins this year for Dan. I think that was only the 3 guys on the ATP Tour had more. He was able to knock over some very good opposition and push himself inside the world's top 35. Currently ranked 32 in the world is Evans, and a guy who I would imagine probably didn't need a second invitation to come and compete. We know how much he loves to compete and get out there and play.
Yeah, I think Evo's just a natural born competitor. He loves playing. I think he was a little bit disappointed to get a loss against that guy the other day, but how refreshing to think that you can compete with somebody like Andy Murray, who's been a Grand Slam champion and such a an amazing ambassador for our sport.
Certainly is. Evans the second highest ranked male player on the tour, yet to win a title. Only Filip Krajinovic is above him in terms of the players that haven't won a tour title. I do sense it's kind of a matter of when rather than if, don't you? He was pretty close in Antwerp back in the autumn. He had those match points against Ugo Humbert in the semis there.
Yeah, I think he also went on to make the semis in Vienna as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's putting in good, consistent performances nowadays.
He certainly has. Got Ben Harron with him this week as well. Ben is the coach at Reeds, the head coach at Reeds, but does a fair bit of stuff. He's been working with James Ward, and Ben's actually just helping him out here this week. You'll see him courtside. Another good test for Liam Brodie. Questionably to see where he's at. Was a set and a breakdown yesterday against James Ward, but was able to come through that nicely, and a good win over Jack Draper as well. And we've seen how well Jack's been playing already this week. Liam here with his long-time coach, Dave Samuel. Quite a bit of work with Rick Moylan, doesn't he, as well, who's a man who's become very good friends with over the last few years, influential in his career.
Down to 5. There's one behind here.
A rather unusual set of circumstances where players actually have to go and pick up their own tennis balls. That doesn't happen too often, especially for guys playing at the highest level, obviously.
The guys are rearranging. I was about to say, rearranging the setup.
Yeah, furniture removal. Anyway, short delay. Liam Brodie will look to make it 3 wins from 3 this week. As a result of things, he actually leads the standings coming into today. Although Jack Draper's win, I think, over your brother, I think that's just finished,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, that's going to put Jack, I think, top of the pile. Another one of the players that's been down here over the last couple of weeks. Did notice that Dan Evans went over to Wales, I think, for a week, didn't he, to train when we were in the middle of lockdown in November. Spent a week over there. Indoor facilities were open in Wales back in that time.
servo straight away. They're looking to take time away from Liam.
Yeah, due to link up with a coach in Australia is Dan at some point. Chris Johnston is the man I believe that he's going to be working with in the new year, as and when he gets the opportunity to go down to Australia.
I don't think you're going to be playing too many of those short balls there. Dan's so quick up to it on his forehand and so quick to close the net.
First double.
A little bit of pressure straight away.
To serve that Brody's worked hard on over the last couple of years. It's been a difficult part of his game. That's without question. He's had some issues with the serve. He's had to work through. Evans cool on the ball wide. Looking up to the balcony. There's a few people behind the court there. Entirely sure Liam Brody agreed, but anyway. Been a good run for Liam. When you consider where he was in the summer, he was ranked 210 in the summer. He's now 188, so guaranteed to be in the Australian Open qualies for sure. It's a nice little plot point. You can mark your year, can't you, next season? Not too many events you can actually nail down, but he knows that he will be going to Doha, or Dubai, excuse me, to play qualies. Some intensity already.
Yeah, and quite happy to play those longer points and beat Brody at his own game.
These two probably the most vocal competitors, I would say, at the Battle of the Brits team event in the summer. I think the noise pollution that was brought by these two was substantial, yes,
Yeah.
at times. But they certainly added to the event, that's for sure.
Oh, very nice. Very nice from Liam there. No, he's not an easy pass, is he? He's got a lot of presence when he comes forward, so you've got to be right on the money with that passing shot.
Very nice cushion first volley. Overplay it, just use the pace.
I think with these neutral rallies that Liam's in, he's got to be very careful to keep that length. Evo's very quick to jump on anything that's short, and in that rally there was a couple of short balls in a row and he was able to find his way to the net very quickly. That's the length there. He's got to keep Evo behind the baseline.
Of course, Liam also won the UK Pro Series event in the summer at St George's Hill and the Masters there. That was a really good event put on. Again, good prize money as well on offer. A lovely little chip from Evans, wasn't it? It made the first volley as difficult as it could be, and he consolidates the early break. There aren't many players who have the feel off the backhand slice in men's tennis that Evans does. Separates him from a lot of players.
Yeah, he's able to do so much with it. You know, he's able to sort of drive and come forwards, change pace, you know, make it awkward on those passing shots with things like that. Yeah, strange mistake there from Liam. Didn't quite get enough grip on the ball, but it was a long way back. You want to see those trajectories, that ball rising as it's going towards the net, so that you're getting that depth on and that height on that ball to keep Dan behind the baseline.
He's experimented with a few grip changes on the forehand, hasn't he, Liam, this year?
He has.
He changed things around in the summer when he came here.
Yeah, he used to have quite a semi-western grip. It's slipped in the years gone by to a western grip. I think those grips can slip when you play a lot, especially on clay. Balls tend to get heavier and it just tends to drift round.
He had a good run on the clay, did Liam Brodie, when you consider that he really hadn't played a lot on the surface at all prior to September, October this year, but that win qualifying obviously at the French Open was a fine effort. Ended up losing to Yuri Vesely in the first round.
Dan seems quite happy to trade here with Liam, and maybe even let him be a little bit more aggressive and Dan sit back a little.
Roles somewhat reversed there though. Brody doing well to soak it up.
Very nice early forehand from Dan there. Managed to avoid that lefty spin with that lefty serve coming into the body. Hopped round just as Liam threw that ball up. Able to create the space and take it up the line nice and flat.
Once again, evidence of Dan Evans' improved athleticism. That was some dig, nothing wrong with the volley. With the British number one firing on all cylinders so far. Double break, 3-love.
And just showing you what it also means to him. You know, he's here to compete and to win this week. You know, win every match that he plays. Didn't quite get the win against Andy, but hoping to rectify that again today.
Just noticed the physio is being called for Liam Brodie, the physio who has just made his way out. There we go. Liam did play a long match yesterday. The win over James Ward was over the 2-hour mark. We've had quite a lot of long matches here in the first couple of days. Maybe just feeling it a little bit in the knee. The win over Jack Draper, I think, was again a match that was 2 hours plus on day one. You did that one, yes, did you?
Yes, I did, yeah. Yes, he's had some really, really long matches, very physical matches, but great preparation for the 2021 season.
How much more do you think there is to come from Liam? He has 180 in the world. Is he? Do you think he's a top 100 player, Liam Brodie, down the line when all is said and done in his career?
Yeah, I think he's definitely. I think there's so much he can still improve. You know, he's 180, and you know, he's still developing and still finding himself. You know, players are playing until they're sort of 36, 37 years old now. You know, Liam's 26. He's got another 10 years of learning, of gaining experience. It's not whether he can do it, it's stringing enough good performances together in one season. And I think that's become even more difficult with the 2-year ranking, but yeah, I think the more he can keep going and keep himself in great shape like he always does, the better. But I still think he's got a few technical issues. I still don't feel like he's 100% on that forehand. Backhand has always been his best and most solid shot.
Emma Raducanu on the left hand side there. Jeremy Bates overseeing Emma's practice. Looked a little tired yesterday, didn't she? I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think so.
And lots of tennis. Obviously won the British Tour Masters last week, then had a couple of long matches here already. Nonetheless, take nothing away from her. She's a couple of good wins. James Ward on the right hand side. Liam's also talked a lot about how he's been working with the psychological side, the mental side of the game. It's been difficult for him at times to emotionally keep things under control. He's been very open about that, struggles he's had with that side of the sport. But says that the psychologist he's been working with, I know he went away, I think last winter as well, to Spain for a week to work with someone over there in terms of just sort of a life coach, but that sort of theme of individual, and he's benefited a lot from that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on all of these players, and I think a lot of it's put on by themselves actually. A lot of the time they have huge expectations of what they want to achieve within a season, but obviously there's another person across the side of the net who's also got a say in that, and that's why tennis can be, you know, at the end of the day, when you go to a tournament, there's only one winner.
Yep.
You know, out of every 32 players, there are 31 losers essentially. So it's a very difficult sport. You know, if you manage to go through a whole season and come out twice in a you know, 2 weeks in a year, being the person who's won the tournament, you've had a great season. It's you know, it's not easy. Like we were saying, you know, Dan Evans hasn't won a tour title yet, so essentially he lost a match every week that he played last year. You know, and he's a fantastic player, and that can be quite demoralising. But I think it's how you bounce back and how you use those losses to drive you on.
It's interesting, I think perception as well, and you know, you talk about losing. Obviously, I read a great quote the other day with reference to tennis, saying that in tennis you don't lose, you learn. And I think that's it. You know, if you can adopt that philosophy, clearly you don't want to be losing every single week, year after year after year. But I think as a, you know, if you can sort of plug into that kind of way of thinking to an extent, that's definitely going to be helpful, isn't it, in this sport, as you say, where you take so many knocks week after week. Got to be resilient.
Yes.
That's for sure, to be a professional tennis player, because it's exceptionally tough.
One area that Dan's game has always really impressed me is his serve. You know, he's only sort of 5'8", maybe 5'8.5", but he is really able to put down some very fast and very effective first serves.
Yeah, officially, you're right. He's 5'9", and I looked it up the other.
5'9", sorry.
I looked it up the other day. There's only 2 players in the men's tour 5'9" or below in the top 50. He and Diego Schwartzman are the only 2. So they very much go against the grain. And even more so these days, isn't it? Where it seems as though players are getting bigger and taller.
Absolutely. You've got your Riley Opelkas.
Yep.
But I think, you know, when we were talking about Liam's game and developing and how, you know, what's the ceiling for it, you know, you look at Dan's 30.
Mm.
You know, he didn't break the top
Absolutely.
100 until I think he was 27.
Mm-hmm. Maturity, isn't it? And it comes at different rates. It comes at different times.
It does. And I still think there's so much more to come from Evo. You know, I still think we're going to see his best tennis in the next couple of years. Into his 30s. And I think that's the big thing that's changed in this game now. You know, yes, whilst you've got your Shapovalovs and your Yannick Sinners coming through, the majority of players are actually hitting their peaks, you know, in their late 20s, early 30s. Dan showing you can beat Liam at his own game there, those longer rallies. And they're the ones that Liam had hoped to be winning.
Evans hitting over the back end so impressively again, catching Liam Brodie by surprise with this particular shot. And he is in complete command of this match. He's the British #1. It's a shutout so far. Evans with a 5-love lead.
Yeah, very difficult for Liam there to try and get points on the scoreboard. Actually, he just doesn't quite have enough weapons to be able to put Dan in trouble.
Yeah, looking very sharp so far. As you would expect, ended his season in Paris, where he lost to Stan Wawrinka in the last event of his year, back in the first week of November, so has had 6 weeks or so without competition. The plan for Evans will be to go down to Australia, won't it, and play that first week. Melbourne 1 or 2, as they're both in the two 250s that are being held side by side, as well as the ATP Cup. Of course, Great Britain not involved in the ATP Cup this year, just reduced to 12 teams.
Liam's still very much fired up. Digging deep here. Competing hard. So half a chance for Brodie to get himself on the board.
Let's go.
You don't see Dan miss many of those. He always seems to create so much time. We were talking about this the other day. He's got very early preparation. His footwork's fantastic. He always seems to find that semi-open stance on his forehand to be able to really drive his body weight into the hit, but still able to take it early.
And he's caught Evans cold with that shot. So 2 down, but 1 to go as far as the break points are concerned. taking any undue risks, do you, with a ball like that? I was just thinking to myself as he watched that, if he just got caught a little deep there, suddenly he's at risk of stepping on it. All sorts of things can go wrong. Better safe than sorry.
Oh, wow. I mean, Liam put up a great lob there, was able to make it awkward, but signature Dan. An open stance, forehand approach, nice short volley. And then moving backwards with that backhand smash.
Yeah, there was a certain British #1 a few years ago who hit that shot pretty well. Tim Henman was an absolute master of that shot, wasn't he? And of course, who captained Dan at the start of the year at the ATP Cup.
Step on the legs, come on. Come on, Jim. Stay in there, come on.
Now he's giving him a working over in this first set. Evans on the cusp of dishing out the first set bagel. Too good. It was a very fast start from Evans, and he puts Liam Brodie to the sword in the opening set. Half an hour is all it took as Evans takes the first 6-love.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, I'm thinking I'm not really sure what Liam can do in this next step. Of course, remain competitive like he is going through doing, but I'd like to see him being a little bit more aggressive, I think, if he can.
Both these guys have certainly come out here fired up, haven't they? And that was the theme in the summer. There was a lot of good banter flying around, a lot of good fun. The guys all get on pretty well, don't they? But on court, there's a real competitive edge as we look at the numbers, and obviously the second serve points won. There weren't any as far as Brodie was concerned.
Well, that's quite a stat, isn't it, really? I mean, that says it all. Evo's higher percentage in first, I mean, 70% first serves is very, very impressive, especially at the speed and how much he's getting behind those. Very impressive percentages.
Of anti-inflammatories maybe being taken by Liam Brodie, who's just checking himself as to which end he should be walking out here. Next up on this court, of course, Andy Murray will be in action up against Cam Norrie. It's one of the points of the week. High quality from both guys.
Absolutely, it was a fantastic point.
Didn't fancy Liam Brody's chances when he came in here, but he has defended the net so well.
What do you make of Liam's service grip?
I mean, I think he's changed it a little bit over the years. I mean, you know as well as I do, when he was a youngster, that was a massive issue for him when he was kind of 14, 15. He really kind of, it was almost very much a kind of a case of just rolling it in, wasn't it, in his early days?
First ball cross, start the rallies. Yeah, he's quite under on it, isn't he?
It feels to me like over the last couple of years they've just tried to make the most of what they've got, if you know what I mean.
Definitely. I think that's what coaches generally try and teach good players now. I think everyone can be quite, you know, aiming for this technical perfection, but actually it is just making the most of what you've got.
You look at how Nadal's serve, the evolution of someone like Rafa's serve over the course of his career. I mean, that was remarkable what he did.
And also the same with Novak. You know, he was quite, you know,
Definitely.
open and sort of flappy at the back with, you know, in his earlier days, but actually he's got a beautiful serve now.
Heather Watson warming up in the background with her coach Alex Ward, former British player, of course. Alex, good player, and working with the JTC, isn't he? I believe.
Yes. Yeah, Alex qualified for Wimbledon, I think, on a couple of occasions.
Court 1, I should keep you up to date with what's happening. Alicia Barnett is playing Katie Dunn. That's pretty tight in the first set over there. 3-2 it is at the moment. Very nice little sneak. If you can get Evans deep, he's not going to hurt you with the slice from that position. Tough for him to get the ball down low as well, because he probably's got more time to get in.
Very simple play, isn't it, from Evo, able to sort of invade space very quickly and then so effective at the net. and giving Liam no time to recover there. As soon as an opportunity arises, closing down that net so well. Oh wow, that's pretty sensational stuff there. Actually disguised that drop shot so well. Had Liam pinned in that juice court, and then just dropping it short.
Fine return. Didn't quite get the width maybe off the serve he wanted, but nonetheless. Again, pressuring Brodie, given the opportunity, squeezing the space and time for the left-hander. So many different facets and time scales, plot points if you like, in Evans's career that he's had to kind of restart, reset. Shouldn't be forgotten, just 2.5 years ago he didn't even have a world ranking. Rise was a rapid one. As he all that time to contemplate, of course, being away for 6 months out of the game. And as he said himself, had he perhaps not happened to him, who knows where he would have been right now. In many ways it provided the spur.
Liam's got to keep this match really competitive at the beginning of this second set. Can't be giving away too many cheap points to Evo.
Let's move forward from Brodie. Just didn't allow Dan the space to chip the ball, therefore he had to kind of chip the ball up the line. Made the shot a lot more difficult, couldn't just bunt it back down the middle. Feels like, when I've spoken to Liam over the years, he likes coming forward, Liam. He sort of feels like it's fairly natural for him. It's always been his sort of instincts.
Oh wow, it's a great pass. Look how low Dan stays on this passing shot here as he hits. holds his position beautifully. And off the open stance as well.
Plenty of class on show from Evans right now.
Only just missed it. Very nice there from Liam.
Couple of good timely first serves as well, allowing him the chance to set the tempo of some of these rallies. Good game from Liam Brodie, hangs tough, wins 3 points in a row. There's the lefty as he moves ahead 2-1 here in the second. Still a young man, isn't he, Liam Brodie? As you say, that shouldn't be forgotten. The fact he was such a prominent junior, obviously put the spotlight on him at a fairly young age. Run to the final. Good run he had at Wimbledon a few years ago. Everyone has their own journey in this sport, don't they? And as we said yesterday, breaking in the top 100 these days is generally a kind of 5-year journey, and sometimes even longer. Nick Lester alongside Yaz Clark here at the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. It's been thriving since basically the middle of May here. So many matches for all the British players, over 300 matches in the course of the summer. Both men and women here were put on. LTA have done a very fine job of providing competition in these troubled times.
Nice there from Liam. A little bit of change of direction there. Don't think Evo was expecting it. Likes to cover his backhand, or likes to run round his backhand to get that forehand. The line ball just catching him out.
+1 shot these days off the service, such a crucial element to the game, isn't it, at the highest level?
Yeah, well, you see most points sort of averaging out. You know, the length of the rally, the longest length of the rally is around 4 shots, so that return and next shot, serve and next shot, proving pivotal. if you're going to be successful in the game.
The idea was probably a good one, but
Just didn't quite execute.
set up by a good length return here. So more good serving from Evans as he levels things up in the second. Yeah, only some 30 spots off a career high, 154. He was in the spring of 2018.
Ooh, would be disappointed with that. Had the open court there on that volley. Maybe a little touch of pressure as well. You know, having lost the opening set 6 love, maybe feeling he needs to do a little bit more. I think it just caught the line, didn't it?
Easy with Evans as well, because the variety he has, you know, he uses the little chip low, suddenly you're up the court. If you don't come forwards, then he suddenly puts a bit of pace to it. So the balls are so contrasting, aren't they, in terms of the slice. When he hits through it like that, you can just see how Brody just wasn't ready for it. Mighty good stuff from Dan Evans. He is fired up for this one today, as he now leads by a set and a break, on course for another victory.
Yeah, he's played some very, very strong stuff. There's not a lot Liam's done wrong today. You know, as soon as Dan has that opportunity again, he's in, taking time away.
Such a good transitional mover, Evans, isn't he, in terms of his ability to make that movement off the ball.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the strong. It's not the fact that, you know, he's great. Obviously, he's great at the net, and you know he's very, very good from the back. It's that sort of three-quarter court transition. You know, he's probably one of the best in the world at that, if not, you know, definitely top three anyway.
Conditions here at the NTC have been trying to be kept this week, similar to what conditions players will receive in Australia, minus the 30 degrees or so centigrade. There's only so much you can do, yes.
Yeah.
But from a ball perspective, court perspective, they have using the Australian Open Dunlop balls here this week. They've been shipped in. Conditions actually down under last year were pretty quick. That was the general feeling from the players. Evans will probably be seeded for the Australian Open this year as well. In fact, definitely will be seeded.
Oh, nice.
Good news for him. 32 in the world, so right on the edge right now. It's not going to change though.
Still question marks over whether Roger will play, isn't there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, mandatory quarantine for players who are going to be allowed out for 5 hours a day over the 2 weeks to practice and do their gym work. Not easy. It's going to be challenging. Starting to get away from Liam Brodie here, isn't it? He kept it tight at the start of the second. Should tell you on court 1, Katie Dunn. He's a set to the good on Alicia Barnett right now, 6-3.
Come on, Liam. Got to keep it tight now. No 3 points for Evo. You're already having to work so hard to get the ones that he's got. Nice, well played. Well constructed there.
difference when he gets a little more width to the serve, doesn't it?
Definitely. He's
the
able to
ad.
open up that court. Nice and early. Very nice from Evo. Showcasing all these skills there.
Hanging on, trying to hang tough here to keep this match alive.
Great pass. It was super awkward. Dipped it right at Liam's feet. Not a lot he can do there, but instantly followed it up in case Liam had managed to get it back over the net.
Brilliant tennis from Evans. A little bit of luck along the way, but the quality he's produced today has been too good for Liam Brodie. And he will serve for victory at 5-2. Ability to deflect and neutralise off the slice, once again, is in perfect evidence there. Nothing wrong with the serve, but the fact he's able just to absorb it, send it back with interest, keep it difficult. Not looking for anything from a winner perspective, is he? But he's looking to buy himself time to get back in the point and make it uncomfortable, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, his ability to neutralise and counter off that side is fantastic. It's probably one of the best, I think, that slice.
Still to come Andy Murray against Cam Norrie. That'll be following this one. That'll be good.
Seen Andy warming up this morning. He was hitting bullets from the baseline. It was scary stuff. I think he was hitting actually with Liam Brodie.
And then a women's singles match to follow that should also be one to watch. Heather Watson will take on Emma Raducanu.
Also seeing Katie Bolter hitting on the court next to the match court. I haven't seen her in a little while. She did very well in the summer. I think she had a few injuries.
I think she's on the reserve list here this week, isn't she? If
Yeah.
there is a withdrawal.
Liam doing his best to G himself up there. Nick, were you a slider on hard courts?
Oh, definitely not, Yaz. No.
I was about to say, I don't think my ankles or knees were ever made for that.
No, never ventured that way. Barely stood on a clay court, Yaz, let alone a hard court. Mastering that art was not easy. Kim Clijsters was the first player I saw, male or female, certainly I remember anyway, that did it. Sure there were players before that, but...
Yeah, she was noticeably doing it quite often, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Amazing flexibility. There's always pictures of her in the splits somewhere.
Yeah. She was incredible.
Oh, made the extra ball.
Never give up! Come on!
Good bit of banter, sledging, bit of fun mixed in here.
I think Liam's having a little giggle as well, actually.
Yeah, these two have been at it, haven't they, from the start? So a chance for Dan Evans to seal the deal here. And that'll do it. Not too much commentary required because Dan Evans providing plenty of his own. And the British number one overcomes Liam Brodie in a match that was competitive, but also
Played in good spirits, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Good fun, good watch, and I think if you're an Evans fan, that was hugely enjoyable because he produced a high level, yes.
Yeah, he did. He just never let Liam settle at all, never let Liam get into it, find his stride. He put up a good fight at the beginning of that second set, able to get a couple of games on the board, but yeah, it was always one-way traffic, that's for sure.
There's the numbers. Liam Brodie, we mentioned the second serve points, 1. He had a few on the board, but not anywhere near as number he would be wanting to post today. Evans got off to a fast start, never really let him into it, did he?
No, that's it. And that is one thing I'm really, really impressed with Ever. I'm sure he'll say that this is the best he's ever served. It's not only is it's fast, he's got a great variation, but the percentage, 73% over a match with a course of winning 70% of those points is very, very high. You know, he's having to barely hit a second serve at that rate.
Clean kill, that was. Hour and 11 minutes. Evans is victorious, love and 2. Our next match, as I mentioned, will involve the former world number 1, Andy Murray, who'll be taking on Cam Norrie. That'll be coming up next, but from Yaz Clark and myself, Nick Lester, for now, we'll say goodbye.
Well, the action at Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis continues with one of the biggest and most anticipated clashes of the tournament. The most illustrious player in the draw, a certain Andy Murray, is looking to keep his clean sheet here after an opening win over the British #1 Dan Evans on Sunday. But British #3 Cam Norrie is hoping to bounce back from the narrowest of defeats to young Jack Draper yesterday. So we'll see how this one goes. Abigail Johnson here to guide you through it, and alongside me, Arvin Palmer. Good to have you here, Arv.
Thank you, Abigail. Yeah, looking forward to this one. This should be a good one. Some long rallies, no doubt. Could be a long one.
Yeah, we anticipate it. Two guys who love the baseline and have great balance at the back of the court. So fasten your seatbelts. Could be here a while. We've already had some long matches today. Jodie Burridge and Fran Jones, first on court 3 today. We're playing over 2.5 hours for a straight sets match. So that's how things have been going over here at Battle of the Brits. It's become the home of Battle of the Brits, the National Tennis Centre this year. Jamie Murray back in the driver's seat with the LTA to stage these events for the British players and give them much needed practice in the pre-season. A little bit of help for little brother Andy Murray here, one of the most senior players in the draw. We've said it before, amazing for the younger players in the draw and competing in the tournament to be around the likes of Andy, the top guys that go about their routine and their work in such a focused manner, and that can have a big impact on them and how they go about their tennis as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the weeks leading into this event as well, he's been around, he's done all of his training here at the NTC and mixing in with the guys as well. It's a real, I guess, eye-opener for the younger players to be around someone like Andy and how hard he works even still after all these years, and what he's had to go through in recent years as well with injuries and the comebacks. And I think he draws a bit of kind of confidence himself from that. The fact that he has to be the one that's leading the way and showing these younger players how you have to be and how you have to dedicate yourself to this sport and love what you do to really succeed. So, I think he has a little bit of a weight on his shoulders to show the younger guys how to be as well.
Yeah, no, surely a lot of motivation to keep on going despite the adversity that's come his way in recent years. We know all about the hip surgeries, the second of which he had last year. His long road back from that, he's still battling, still fighting to improve. And we've seen some of that improvement. We mentioned his win over Dan Evans a couple of days ago, 7-6, 6-4. And I don't know if the right phrase would be to come full circle, but it was a very interesting result for Murray given the first edition of Battle of the Brits back in June when he actually lost tight matches against Dan Evans and Kyle Edmund. So to come out on the right end of a close encounter shows the progress he's made over the past few months, would you say?
And I think there's always going to be a little bit extra needle, isn't it? You play lots of practice matches, practice sets, but when that umpire calls time, it's a slightly different feeling, and those competitive juices certainly were there for Murray. That was a pretty long one, wasn't it? Over 2 hours for a couple of sets, and it'll be very interesting to see how he comes out today physically. Yes, he's had the day off yesterday, but still there's going to be, I would imagine there's still going to be a little bit of soreness in the body, and it's not going to be an easy one against Cam today, because Cam, he's in great shape. He likes to make his matches physical, and part of the game plan today is going to be in try and make Murray do as much running as possible.
Interestingly, due to the trials that Murray has faced, Cam, the higher ranked player on court here, Murray currently at world number 122, obviously has his career high ranking of world number 1 back in 2016, but Norrie at world number 71, career high of 41, achieved actually last year in May. And we really have seen Norrie coming through in recent times, making waves on the tour, and he does have the game style to give Murray some trouble, as we saw actually in their meeting last year, their only recorded meeting to date. In Beijing, another hard court. I think that they split tie breaks, and then Murray ran away with the third set, so 7-6, 6-7, 6-1 in Murray's favour. Do you think that's fresh in Cam's memory? Do you think he takes some confidence from his showing there?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You've got to think back. If you have played someone before and you've played well, okay, you lost that match, but there were stages in that match where he's playing very well, and you've got to take your mind back to that match and figure out what you did well in that particular matchup. It's going to be a tough one against Andy, but I think he's the type of player who has really carved out an excellent career for himself, and he's going to hopefully get himself back inside the world's top 50 and then perhaps break the top 40 for the first time. But if you're just slightly off your game, Norrie is very tough to put away because he makes so many balls. His previous match against Draper, he won't be entirely happy with the amount of balls he was missing, but it's a little bit of a transition for him to make. You know, he's done a lot of his pre-season outdoors, playing out in Spain, so coming indoors. Yeah, it's a totally different proposition that the ball flies through the air a little bit quicker, through the surface a bit quicker as well. So that one match under his belt, I'd expect a slight improvement in his game today against Andy.
Yeah, that was a quick turnaround for Cam Norrie last night against Draper. A very close match as well. 2 tie breaks going the way of Draper. It's his 19th birthday today, Jack, and he got another win this morning over Jay Clark over on Court 1. A reminder that you can stream both of the courts here at Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis on the LTA YouTube channel and Facebook channel as well. So, yeah, Cam as well. He's got those little weapons that come from being a lefty, and it was interesting for me to note that Murray's last loss on an indoor hard court came against a lefty, against Fernando Verdasco in Cologne a few weeks ago. So, good prep for Murray, or not?
Yeah, good prep. I think Murray with his returns and his backhand, having a lefty serve, yes, that is always a slight advantage. The trickiness as a returner, but Murray's so good off that backhand wing. Maybe that won't cause him as many problems today.
You know, one of the best returners in the game, Andy Murray. So Cam Norrie will hope to have his first serve firing. He's up to start this one. Interesting to see that immediate move into the net from Norrie. Now, we're anticipating quite a few long baseline duels, but do you think Norrie is the more likely of the two to change it up, move into the court?
Well, I think he realises he has to off the line. I think, yeah, he definitely, you get the feeling he needs to be the aggressor here. It's going to be a bit of a fine balance for him to find, I think, because he wins so many of his points from the back of the court. You know, part of the game plan for him is to outlast his opponent from the baseline, but Murray's so good from the back of the court as well. You have to take the game to Andy. You can't give him too much time to dictate the rallies. I saw a bit of that from Murray against Evans. I was very impressed with the way it stages in his match there, that he was coming forward as well, which was good to see from Murray.
And we might see that a little bit moving into the court, and when you've got a player as good at covering the baseline as Murray, there is that pressure to go for a fraction more, and there's not always the space to.
Yeah, shrinks the court. He's made a career of that, that's for sure, Murray. Forcing you to go for the lines.
It's fractional at the moment, but he's put himself in some early danger here, Norrie. A couple of misses.
The type of errors that hurt him against Jack Draper. Maybe some early signs of nerves here.
Let's see where the serve's at under pressure. Well, there's the early advantage for Andy Murray. A few wayward shots from Norrie at the back end there, after making his intentions known on the first point of the match, moving up that court. Early Christmas gifts for Andy Murray?
Well, I think a slightly nervy start from Norrie, to tell you the truth. A little bit tentative on a couple of those errors.
Well, there's a lot on the line. We've got the point system going here at Battle of the Brits, meaning it's 3 points for a win over a member of the world's top 250. Obviously, both of these players ranked within that category, so playing for the 3-pointer here. And then if it does go the distance, whoever comes out on the losing side, if they bag a set, they can still walk away with a point to show for their efforts, which is a lot kinder than the usual system of tennis. One winner, one loser, all or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was thinking about the need for Norrie to catch Murray cold here and get the break back, but there was nothing cold about that first serve.
Yeah, he's been working on that serve the last few weeks. Trying to make some improvements in that regard. Just struggling with his timing early on here, Norrie. A couple of decent slice backhands from Murray, but the type of errors we're used to seeing from Norrie.
Oh, the right move, the wrong execution. He really wanted to capitalize on that deep return. Would you have gone for that forehand?
Yeah, absolutely. Right shot to go for, but it was the margin of the miss as well. Missed by quite a way.
Well, that's the breezy consolidation that he definitely wanted. Swift opening couple of games there for Murray. A reminder that players are gathering their own balls because we're minimizing the persons present due to the coronavirus pandemic. No lines judges either. Players calling their own lines, umpire in the chair to keep score.
Yeah, taking a lot of these players back down to the junior days.
I think the arguments over the calls would have been a little more ugly back in the day.
Yes, absolutely. Supervisor being called to the court a fair few times. So you've seen junior matches. It must be quite difficult for these guys and girls having to call their own lines all of a sudden. Awkward. That's a classic lefty play. Much pace to the serve, but plenty of angle. Oh, nice to get his backhand into play on a second shot like this, but plenty of time to deal with the forehand. Plenty of space to hit it into.
So close to that love hold. I feel like you could almost sense that one. Still with a couple of game points. No cause for panic just yet. Well, he's on the board, Cam Norrie. Murray with the advantage as they head into the first changeover, but Norrie now present in this match. You might occasionally hear some noises over from court 1. Alicia Barnett and Katie Dunn in a deciding match tiebreak. That's the format here this week. If these two are to take a set each, it will go to the 10-point match tiebreak. An area that Murray probably wants to avoid in those tight matches against Kyle Edmund and Dan Evans at the first edition of Battle of the Brits. They went down the wire to the match tiebreak, and Murray was edged, which, I mean, isn't something that we're necessarily used to seeing with Murray. He's been so clutch in the pressure moments over the years.
One of the reasons why he's had such a good career, such a consistent career, is that the fact under pressure he produces his very best, and you can never count him out, can you? Even if he's down in the score, nothing's a lost cause for Murray. It's that constant pressure that he puts on you.
Day 3 of the 4-day event here. Points on offer for each match. 3 points for a win over a member of the top 250. For players ranked 251 to 600, it's 2 points for a win over them, and then 1 point on offer if you can snag a set on your way to a defeat. Murray here looking for a second straight sets win of the week. That's a nice finish. Pulled him side to side.
Always had such good hands, Murray. And you got a good strike in on that backhand up the court. So Norrie having a scramble. Only the right time to come forward there, but to choose the correct volley to play as well. Just slightly shorter.
Punishing forehands.
Well, that's when Norrie's at his very best, when he starts using that forehand up the line. Give him a bit of confidence, that execution.
Is the backhand wing the obvious wing to aim for with Norrie?
Well, it's the more solid, isn't it? His backhand wing, you can keep it lower over the net. It's more difficult to attack as well because it comes through low. The forehand, there's a bit more loop to it. Doesn't hit it as flat as his backhand. And he starts taking it on up the line, changing direction with the forehand. It's a very good shot. also think on the backhand wing for Norrie, it's just kind of made technically to soak up pressure. You can go big into that backhand side of Norrie's, but he's got such a short take back that it's tough to rush him off that wing. Easier to just catch him slightly later off the forehand wing if you can get a big strike in there.
Where does he want to look to return to, Norrie? If the ball's on his racket, what's the best placement for him?
I think if you can really get your player on the move, you'd obviously sign for that, but one of the most underrated returns, just hard and deep up the middle of the court. Don't give Murray too much angle to work with.
Ooh, no, that's a hard shot.
Yeah, real shame because he set the point up very nicely. Good return of serve, got himself into the rally, worked his way forward. He can take that backhand nice and early. Natural move forward behind that shot. That's the point, but it's a good point.
Shame it came when it did for Norrie, but still early days here. Murray maintaining the break advantage. Oh, nailed that one.
Well, that was a nice height for Murray to really lean on and hit down on.
Oh, what a response. Battle of the forehands out here.
Lots of work on that forehand from Norrie. Not the most natural to flatten out his forehand, but plenty of dip to that one. Good shape over the net.
Well turned around.
Great use of the angle for Murray initially to really open up the court and stretch Norrie out. Things happen a lot quicker indoors, but if you can play with a few more angles, it certainly helps.
Well, 1-3 down, another mini deficit here for Norrie to try and take in his stride. It's one way to deal with it. Good to mix it up as well, because with a lefty, I guess, under pressure, the expectation is for them to use that wide serve quite a lot to utilize the spin on that. Oh, so good. Once again, height of the bounce.
That's the weight of the shot right now that is pretty telling. Pretty obvious to see when Murray really gets hold of a shot. Having to backtrack there. Norrie getting pushed further and further behind the baseline. Just felt like he missed his opportunity to move forward. The forehand from Norrie wasn't quite good enough.
Well, when nothing else works, the aces are the answer.
He's always been an excellent competitor as well, Norrie.
Back to back. Both blasted out wide. It was good to hear that positive energy from him as well. It is early days, but when Murray gets on a roll, you just don't want to let that happen. Now you hope that doesn't put him off doing it again, because that is the right move for him a lot of the time, to finish off up at the front of the court. And Murray's good at keeping those passes low, which is going to make life difficult, but it shouldn't hold him back, right?
You've always got to think long game as well as a player. That's certainly an area of his game that he's looking to continue to improve.
Another service hold for Cam Norrie. But slim margins there, eased himself out of a tricky situation, and he's got some big serves to thank for that. Just keeping in touch here. Over on court 1, the women's singles match did finish. Katie Dunn taking the match tiebreak 10-2 over Alicia Barnett. She's had her struggles with fitness and illness over the past year or so, Katie, so good to see her back on court. We've got a few Katies, haven't we, on the British tennis scene?
We have.
Katie Dunn, Katie Bolter was practicing just now over on court 4. Katie Swan, I think, is back out in the States for Christmas, so not seeing her here. It's a shame, because I think she would have loved to join in with the team tennis in the summer, but she was injured at that point in time. But we were saying earlier, it's great this close to Christmas to have the depth of British talent that we have here this week at the National Tennis Centre. This event pulled together last minute by Jamie Murray and the LTA to give the players practice ahead of the 2021 season. But pre-season, you don't really get a day off anyway, do you?
You don't really. So you have a little bit of time off after your final event of the year, maybe a week or so, a few days, and then you're back on it. At least in the gym, you might put your rackets down for a little while, but if you're making some technical changes, then you've got to get right back on it. Start working on those side of things. But yeah, it's been great for the players, the fact that, you know, so much has been up in the air, and it's just forced a lot of these players to be at home and train here at the NTC. I think in a perfect world, a lot of them would have gone off and done their own things. Of course, Carl Edmund, who would have gone down to the Bahamas, and perhaps Murray somewhere else as well. He likes to go to the States, doesn't he? Spent some time here as well. But the fact that this National Tennis Centre has remained open, it's been great for the players to come here and train and have the variety of different players to play with.
Ooh. It was going to be a task for Norrie to get up to that if it had gone over. Had the racket hit the floor as he started the sprint. I was waiting for a moment there to see if that had caught the back of the line. I think that was the celebration from Norrie. Fantastic depth of shot throughout that rally, and seizing the right moment to move up the court, just blocking the space if Murray were to get that one back.
Just leaning off that one, pulling off it.
Quite sudden, this love 40 lead for Norrie.
Shows you the importance for Norrie, that last service game, just to hold on and keep it to a single break.
Oh, wow. That is some pickup. Unreal. And that's vintage Andy Murray, right?
Absolutely perfection there for Murray. Not only the sprint, but to then actually have to do something with the ball as well. Well, Norrie had won that point for sure. It was a good volley. Denied.
I think a lot of players would have pulled up and accepted defeat with that volley coming in pretty flat, but not Murray. Might have taken a little wind out of Norrie's sails, that previous point. Inches away from the break back. Feeling a bit of pressure there to put it to bed a little bit earlier. He could have worked it a bit longer, Norrie.
That's the temptation, isn't it? Got to be the right ball to go for.
That's how quickly things changed. That love 40 lead evaporated. Norrie probably a millimetre from taking the game with that volley on that brilliant point.
That's a classic Norrie point. That worked it very nicely, drew the error eventually, but saw some good length, some good width from him as well. I'd love to play more points like that as far as he's concerned.
You could see the reaction from Murray. He knew as soon as the ball left his strings that that one wasn't going to find the court. Haven't seen many misses really like that from Murray so far.
It was nice to get that free point on such a big point. Having said that, I think Norrie will be a little annoyed that he didn't at least get that ball into court.
If this game extends, who's it more important for?
Well, I think Norrie will be a little more disappointed. Still a breakdown, and was love 40 up there, 40 love up, should I say.
I think the backhand cross court was called wide. It certainly looked wide from our angle.
The surface will leave a slight mark, so players will go on that. Not meant to on a hard court, but it's pretty tricky calling your own lines.
I think particularly indoors sometimes as well, with the lighting a little bit harsher. Game point. And he picks his moment to move in, does Andy Murray. 4-2 lead. Came back from the love 40 deficit. And big for Murray, given that he was obviously 1 point away from the double break lead, which would pretty much have put the set to bed. So, great mentality here. What do you think of the cap indoors?
There's a bit of a glare, isn't there? There's some players not the first to wear a cap indoors. Sweat as well. The cap does do a bit of a job soaking up some of that sweat.
Multi-purpose.
Yeah. He's worn a cap for so long, and it's just comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen players. Thomas Burdick, actually, over the years, would take the cap indoors.
It's part of the routine, adjusting the shirt, the sweatband, the cap as well. Part of the routine. If you can keep Murray back there, 3-4 metres behind the baseline, it allows you to get forward, deal with those sort of volleys. Maybe a touch generous from Murray.
Yeah, if it touched the line, it just grazed it, I think.
Umpires can't get involved. They can't overrule a call.
Bit anxious there. With the way Norrie's forehand loops as well. You don't want that to be anywhere near the line when you have to call it. Can drop down at the last moment.
Yeah, some good serving at big moments for Norrie, finding some big first serves. Important that varies his placement, varies the spin as well. Slice, the kicker, and a flat serve as well.
A nice play from Norrie, noticing Murray's position close to the baseline and putting some good depth on that forehand down the line. And so once again, despite the disappointment of not being able to level up, he stays in touch, and we saw how important that was previously in terms of getting him those chances in the next game, even though he didn't take them.
No, it's a good response from Norrie, wasn't it? He could have been easily disappointed with not getting the break back, but straight back on it, on his serve, staying positive.
Katie Bolter in the distance there, Jeremy Bates working with her. I think Katie also was abroad just recently. She's in as a reserve for these last couple of days. So there's been a lot of coming and going. Obviously, this event all the more important given the slight delay of some of the tournaments in the new year. The Australian Open main draw getting underway in February this year, as opposed to its usual position in January. qualifying to take place in Dubai. First and last time, maybe we'll see that one happening. That's quite an interesting development.
Dubai or Doha?
Doha. It is Doha. I think the initial rumours were Dubai.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting to see how that pans out there. Strange for the players knowing you're playing for a spot in a Grand Slam and you're still not even halfway to the venue.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. And obviously there'll be the quarantine period, I think, for the players that do play qualifying once they get into Melbourne. So that's been accommodated for, which means that the beginning of the season is just a little more spread out than it would usually be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be wanting to get involved in the logistics of that.
No.
All this quarantining that needs to be done and the players having to train in a bubble.
Huge respect to everyone that's been in charge of organising these events during a global pandemic. There's so many ins and outs to be taken care of. That's the return you wanted to see.
Just missing.
But the right shot to go for, you'd say.
Absolutely, unless there's a serve that you can really go after, second serve that you can really be aggressive on and spread the return. And that's always a very good option, but if in doubt, up the middle of the court is a good choice. Had a little bit of shank spin on it. That's what made it a little more difficult for Murray.
Was that an apology from Norrie at the back?
Yeah, miss-hit return. Murray doing the right thing there, having to come forward to take it out the air, but always a little tricky those.
Ooh. Way out, apparently, says Murray. Okay.
Yeah, you can understand why Norrie thought that was closer than what Murray was suggesting. Had a little bit of turn to it and a lot of dip to it.
I think Murray's commentary would be much different to mine. Easier from down there, right in front of me. But again, from Norrie, you feel that was probably the right moment to go for that forehand.
He had opened up the court nicely. That's where the space was.
is difficult when that return drops over. Almost too much time to think, what do I want to do with this? Indecisiveness, maybe?
It's a tough shot to go for, a drop shot like that. He's just trying to dink it over as well without any real spin on the ball. Norrie moving forward too.
That rally was just what Murray is all about. The positioning behind the baseline and the way Norrie on that return, he'd got it deep. The cross-court forehand follow-up was aggressive. It was the right shot, and Murray just bides his time, gets himself in the right place, and works it into his favour.
Yeah, Norrie missing out on an opportunity mid-rally. I thought he was going to use the forehand up the line and come forward, but there's a bit of indecision there. And you can understand why, because Murray's got such good passing shots. You're always wary coming forward, coming in on not enough.
Feels like Norrie is still trying to work out the right moments to do certain things, because we saw at the beginning he wanted to be attacking, but maybe hasn't chosen the right times for it just yet. Well, we've seen that one before.
That's how you like to deal with those sort of short forehands. Looking to hit the winner there.
Same but different. It will do really nicely for Norrie if he can just whistle through this game and immediately throw the pressure back onto the Murray side of the net. There's the love hold. So what happens here?
Well, you'd think Murray will come out and serve this one out, but we know it's not as easy as that. The arm's going to feel a little bit tighter perhaps, serving out for sets. Norrie has come close, hasn't he? Get the break back, so it's not a foregone conclusion. Certainly the first couple of points for Murray, very crucial. Likewise for Norrie. If you win the opening point, just put a bit of pressure on Murray.
I do feel, though, as if Murray is getting some of that clutch nature back. I mean, if you even just look at the numbers from his first round, his match the other day against Dan Evans, he only hit 55% of first serves, or landed 55% throughout the match. But it's all about when you send those big ones down and when you're able to capitalize. And I feel like over the past few months we've seen more of that from Murray, the kind of the old way of, yeah, he doesn't always play a perfect match. Sometimes it's a bit scrappy, but he knows when to bring the goods. And I think that's what we're seeing with his serving performances as well at the moment.
And that comes from playing a lot of matches as well. Just getting that feel back and that confidence back up when you're stepping up to the line, when you're under pressure. Nothing like a bit of pressure to really focus the mind. So first serve, certainly the order in this game for Murray. Plenty of those.
He's not going to spend any time messing around here, Murray, by the looks of it from that point.
That's high percentage first serve he made there, the wide one. Get the feet in order, the short forehand, create the space for yourself.
There's that clutch serving that we were talking about. Yeah, he doesn't want to even let Norrie into this. Such a fighter, Norrie, and any sniff of a longer exchange, he'll be all over it. Triple set point then. Fitting and not half bad. Andy Murray with the 6-4 opening set lead, and there were moments where it could have been very different. Norrie obviously had that love 40 lead to get back to 3-all. What do you think was the most crucial moment of that set?
Well, the pickup, I think, for Murray at love 40 there. I thought Norrie had done enough to win, or excuse me, to break back there, but that was an incredible get from Murray. Slightly slow start from Norrie, looking back at the opening of that first set. Perhaps a little nervous, but some very good serving from Murray. Exactly what the doctor ordered in that final game there. 4 first serves.
You can't complain at that. 3 sets played then, 3 sets won for Murray here so far at this event. Obviously had his opening win over Dan Evans on Sunday. That will have been a real confidence boost with Evans' form of late and the way they faced off in these events previously. And good to see Murray back on the singles court full stop. It was good to see him at team tennis, but obviously he only played doubles there. He didn't want to frustrate any injury ahead of trip to the US for the US Open, and we saw he had a very taxing opening round there against Yoshihito Nishioka. Came back from a 2 sets to love deficit to win that match.
Yeah, physically he's looked good today as well, Murray. Doesn't look as if he's struggling to move out there after his match against Evans. That's the main thing for him, I think, today. Physically, how he pulled up, and it looks good. I think he'll be pretty happy with his numbers. Certainly on serve, you can see that first serve percentage nice and high, and it's effective too, and doing a really good job behind his second serve as well. Playing the big points well. Norrie had the 4 break points, but Norrie able to save all 4 of those. Norrie just struggling a touch behind his second serve. It's just a slightly slow start from Norrie.
Yeah, those break point numbers have been key in his match against Evans. Murray saved all 8 break points that he faced during the clash. All 4 there, so looking to keep that streak alive as we head into the second set. What does Norrie do here? Does he change anything?
I don't think he has to change anything dramatically. Definitely this opening service game, he cannot afford to get off to a start like he did in the first set, so he's got to be sharp here, get his nose out in front in the second set, and just start to build a little bit of confidence, a little bit of scoreboard pressure perhaps as well, and create chances like he did in that opening set. He lost it, but he did have his opportunities to get back into it.
Here we go, serving to get the second set underway. And once again, he launches a set by making his way up the court, imposing himself.
Very good length from Murray. Not that close to the sidelines, but really rushing Norrie. With an opening set like that, you can perhaps just open up the shoulders a little bit more, feel a bit more relaxed out there if you're Murray. Wasn't a million miles away.
Murray in the lob, you never quite know what's going to happen.
Well, it's normally the topspin lob, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to watch out for. Good move forward there from Norrie though. Good angle, and he's reaching for the backhand.
Ooh. Maybe distracted by the way Murray covered that ball.
Quite awkward to deal with as well, whether to smash it or play that high forehand volley. Didn't look as if he really committed to either.
Oh, well, that sailed and barely bounced, it looked, at the end there.
Oh, that's such a natural shot for Murray to move on to a backhand like that, take it that early. Just shoots through the court.
And Norrie really has to be careful here. He was on the brink of a comfortable hold. And once again, Murray steps up and finds his way into the game. Ooh. Murray testing him out. At this point, how difficult is it for Cam not to think deja vu? Serve to open the first, got broken.
Well, it's definitely stepping out to play the second set, start the second set. That would have been in his mind. We'll put that to one side here.
Just long. And you could feel the pressure mounting even as Murray won the first point to get back within touching distance. Norrie clearly feeling the pressure there.
Yeah, he won't be at all pleased about that, Norrie. The manner of the breaker serve, that high forehand volley that didn't look as if he really committed to, and then a couple of errors there at the end. Murray's just a master of just making you play balls. You get the ball back. If he sees you as just a fraction vulnerable, any sort of hesitation, he'll test you.
I guess some people watching this might think surely Norrie comes into this match with a clear mindset, with feeling loose, feeling like the underdog, but that's just not the case, is it, with his form at the moment? Obviously Murray is still working to get back to the kind of level that he had. He sees this as an opportunity, and there is going to be tightness, and there is going to be feeling the pressure. It's not going to be, oh, I'll go out there, swing, see what I can do.
No, absolutely not. I think everyone would like to feel that way when they go on the court, no pressure as the underdog, but you have that expectation of yourself and your own performance, looking to improve from his previous match, Norrie, against Jack Draper. Wasn't entirely happy with that, but that's a different kind of matchup today as well. A real power from Jack a couple of days ago, so impressive from him. Was that yesterday?
It was yesterday
yesterday.
evening. And I think that does have an impact on this. Like, Norrie does not want to lose 2 matches in a row, probably feels some pressure to kind of defend his status after losing to a lower ranked player, talented as he is. It's interesting. Murray rode a bit of a streak to get that break of serve, and sometimes if you ride the adrenaline a little bit, there is a slight drop off afterwards. Saw it with the double fault. That error a little bit loose from Murray. So if Norrie is going to get back into this, best to do it sooner rather than later. The serve's coming down quick though. You could see again there, Norrie kind of hooked the return, framed it a little bit. We saw him do that previously.
Yeah, this is the time if you're Murray, find those first serves. One set returning first serve versus a second serve, very different. Standing way back here, Norrie. Trying something slightly different.
Interesting to see Cam staying back for the second serve there, right at the back of the court.
So obviously just wanted to give himself a little bit more time to get strike on the ball.
Do you think that got in Murray's head? Was he observant of that?
Absolutely, yeah. You see a different look the other side of the court. Sort of serve are you gonna hit?
A couple of doubles in this game for Murray, a little bit of a drop off, and a couple of opportunities for Norrie to get right back into this. Not this time.
Nicely done. Not easy to deal with those. Point down.
Ooh.
That is very unlike Norrie. The type of errors we've seen from him the last couple of days that will disappoint him. Not to make Murray work harder there for that point.
Knew what he wanted to do on the return as well. You saw just as Murray got ready to serve, he backed off quickly, taking away his aggressive position, just trying to give himself a bit more time. Did the job, but couldn't finish off. Oh, you could just hear it mounting there.
Oh, he just knew he'd taken control of the rally. The penultimate shot for Murray, the backhand cross court, really lent on it. Came through very quickly.
Norrie did well to cover the back of the court there, but it really was a case of just hanging on and making Murray play those extra balls. But looking really secure here, Murray. Confident when dictating his game point. There we go. That's what he wants more of, and that'll give him a boost.
Yeah, I was looking for that spark, isn't he? Trademark early backhand from Norrie, that.
It's good to see. It's impressive because it would be so easy to give way to some frustration at this point. You know, rallying away, trying to find ways through, and so much of the time Murray is this wall that he really struggles to find a crack in, but did so on that occasion. Still a chance here at deuce for Norrie to get back on serve.
He's used this wide serve well this match, Murray. He's gone to it a fair few times. He's executing it well. Loaded with slice. He's turning away from Norrie.
Not seeing as many second serves as he would like just right now, Norrie. There we go. All the close games, all the pressure moments in this match seem to have gone the way of Murray, and that's really what's making the difference out here. So for Norrie, so important to just stay in the moment here. I mean, we're still beginning of the second set, and of course the format here is the 10-point match tiebreak instead of a third set.
Yeah, it really is a very good format, I think. We've seen it in doubles for a fair few years now. Never out of it.
Those first 2 points, that's exactly what you want to see from Norrie right now. Keeping it short, rattling through, doing his bit again, just staying in touch.
That's pacey backhand again, skidding through, and that's what rushes Norrie into that error. Awkward ball for Norrie to deal with.
Difficult with Murray, who plays, you know, so defensively well and counter punches so well, because Norrie's up on top of that baseline. But if he hasn't finished the point within a few shots, Murray's going to get the depth of shot that's going to cause him trouble. What an angle. Great use of spin on the forehand approach as well.
He delayed his move forward there, and I think Murray thought he was coming forward, and the dink backhand cross court was a good one, but Norrie had plenty of time to deal with it. Finding the feel on the volley to close out the rally. That was impressive.
Just in the last few points, you sense a little increase in the confidence from the Norrie side of the net. He just seems more sure of himself and what he's doing. Murray forehand midway through there looked very close to the baseline.
A little generous there from Norrie. I think if in doubt, you've got to call it good. Oh, super hand skills. You read the play so well there, Murray.
Yeah, some of these pickups have been unreal from Murray. The timing, so on point.
You just get the feeling he just enjoys playing those type of shots. Such a skillful player, so creative.
He did something similar on a previous return and came over so low as a result. It was really difficult for Norrie to deal with.
Not that time for Murray. Wasn't a million miles away, but good pressure from Norrie, good serve.
So flat down the line, and it gets the job done.
Well, Murray really trying to slow things up with the slice backhand, but Norrie doing well to stay aggressive, really attacking those slice backhands from Murray.
A word quickly on Norrie's globe-trotting kind of background. I always find this really fascinating. So he was born in South Africa, lived in New Zealand, went to college in the USA. He's now based here in Britain. He came over to be based here around the age of 16. His dad is from Scotland. His mum is from Cardiff, Wales. And it's interesting to see how often this tends to happen in tennis. A lot of players actually, before they even get onto the tour, have moved around a little bit. Do you think that then helps them to cope with the constant moving around of tour life?
Or being on the road, perhaps. I think you certainly at a young age, you're dictated to where your parents are from and where they work, and no choice of your own. You've got to go with them until you're old enough to spread your wings, so to speak. But it was a great decision going to American college. It has really worked out well for him. I think he realised pretty early on as a junior that perhaps professional tennis wasn't quite there for him at that stage, and that was a brave move, I think, because it's so easy to go from junior tennis straight into professional tennis. I feel like there aren't too many other options, but he felt like, you know what, I'll do some years at American University, I'll develop as a player, I'll get stronger, play a ton of matches, and then see where I'm at. He certainly made the right decision, but yeah, he's certainly someone that's travelled around a bit, so he's not afraid of being in different places for lengths of time. And that's just life as a tennis player. You don't spend too much time in one place, go from week to week, and things are normal.
Nicely worked. Seeing that flatter backhand down the line more regularly now, proving effective.
Spread the court very nicely. The backhand cross court really putting Murray under pressure, and that early backhand. Norrie going to have to hit the ball as hard when you take it that early, it's all about accuracy and taking time away.
Oh, well, that one twisted and turned a fair bit.
They're the type of points you look back on. There's opportunities there for Norrie. Close this rally out.
He had him on the ropes, didn't he? He'd stretched him with those overheads.
And if I love 30 as well, that would have been a real chance.
That's really nicely done. And Murray, with his depth of shot, isn't giving Norrie too many opportunities to step in, but he seized it there.
They really pushed Murray back there on the baseline. There's not a whole lot you can do from that far behind the baseline. That's a very good shot. Murray just having to move back to try and defend. Much more clinical at the net that time from Norrie.
We saw some fire forehands from him early on, but it's the backhand now, flatter, stretching Murray and just taking some time away from him that's really having an impact. Unusual.
That's doubly frustrating because Norrie was covering his forehand wing.
Here we go then. Norrie did his job of staying in touch, and once again he does have the opportunities to break back. We saw something similar in the first set, wasn't able to convert. Murray yet to fail to save a break point this week. And that's another one saved.
Wide serve again. Under pressure, he's gone with that one a fair few times.
Oh, well handled. Shorter in the court, travelling a bit slower. You don't really want that time to think, but he handled it.
Yeah, pick your spot, be aggressive. Don't worry about what your opponent's doing the other end of the court. Hit that backhand well enough, you know it's your point. Well, it just looks as if he swung too early for that one. Too far in front of him, contact.
He knows he's still got a distance to go here, Murray. If Norrie can just get himself back into the second set. Third break point chance in this game. And his second serve. Well, it's not the way you would have chosen for it to happen. But there it is. Norrie breaks the Murray serve, the first man to do it here at Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis.
He'll certainly take that. He's been knocking on the door.
And sometimes that's what it is, the pressure the returner is applying. Maybe Murray felt the need to go for a little bit more with that second serve. We have seen a few more double faults from him recently, but that's the worst time that it's cropped up. He's great with his timing, Murray, keeping things to confines and, like we say, coming up clutch, being big when it matters. But a little bit of a drop from him there, and some of the more loose errors we've seen from him so far in that last game. Oh, foot straight back on the gas for Murray.
Yeah, very impressive forehand cross court, didn't hold back there. Good to see, good positive response. Nice and aggressive.
The first set on court one has gone the way of Anton Matusevic, who actually came in as a late reserve today, taking the place of Jan Choinski. And that's a 7-5 set for him over James Ward, who has a pretty big serve. So good going by him.
Into trouble there, Murray. Be easier to take on the backhand on the return, all tucked up.
Haven't seen so many body serves from these two today.
No.
Well, even Murray's court coverage couldn't deal with that.
Excellent change of direction there from Norrie. Just looked as if he used Murray's pace to his advantage. This was a good backhand cross court from Murray, but that was nice and early from Norrie. Looking for that clean strike here when changing direction.
Sweet finish. And he might just be getting into a stride here, Cameron Norrie. Holding for the lead up on the scoreboard now for the first time in the match in this second set, leading 3-2.
This will be a nice feeling for him at the change of ends. Really feel like he's got some momentum now, playing some very good tennis.
Now looking at the Murray side of the net, it feels like a Murray match cannot go by without the words Andy Murray being in conjunction with those of metal hip. And you can't mention Murray without mentioning the hip. It probably drives him crazy. But there is a valid reason for it to be brought up, and it's in a clash like this where movement is so key. I mean, these two pushing each other around at the baseline. He's looked pretty good so far, Murray.
No obvious signs, I think, in regards to his movement. I think maybe that first step, that first fraction of your first step to chase down a ball, something that he's got to continue to work on, but he's getting to a lot of balls. I mean, he's moving well, not looking at all stiff out there after his match a couple of days ago against Evans. He's been spending a lot more time on the court playing as well, taking too many days off from hitting balls out there, so that's been a real step up for him the last couple of months, Murray. A lot of rehab going on, a lot of fitness in the gym and on the court, of course, but doing a lot more tennis now, tennis specific work.
What do you think it's like for him playing competitively here? Because obviously he's comfortable here, this is kind of home base for him. Then having an actual tournament here, is that better or worse for him?
Yeah, I mean the pros and cons. Obviously, love to be playing in a full stadium at a ranking event, but the fact that he's able to compete and test himself where he is physically, mentally, see where his game's at as well. Of course, technically he's made some changes with the serve, so try that out under pressure, so he's very grateful for that. But of course, nothing beats the real thing, being out on tour and playing in an event, but certainly a stepping stone in the right direction, and great, and I think they're all thankful that they're just competing.
Yeah, absolutely. Serving from behind then, Murray.
He's feeling a little bit of frustration in Murray. He's just got to remember he's a set up and still on serve. It's not as if he's a breakdown here. Sometimes it's so easy to lose sight of that when you've been a set and a break up, and you lose your serve, you're back on serve, you feel as if you're a breakdown, but you're still in control here.
You can sense just in those opening couple of points he's upped the aggression, up the ante a little bit, Murray, and we've seen him do that throughout this one. When he's felt some pressure, when Norrie's started to hit his stride a little bit more, Murray has responded. Obviously all the players take these matches seriously. Third time this year Jamie Murray and the LTA have staged an event for our pros, and they all value the match practice. They're all natural competitors. But do you think it's fair to say that Murray is one of the players that maybe even takes it that bit more seriously, because he's been very clear in recent comments that he expects more from himself and his results in 2021?
Well, it's just amazing how driven he still is after all he's been through, everything that he's achieved. He's still trying to improve and get back. He's still so meticulous in the gym and what he does on the court as far as practice is concerned. Still have that drive. It's just incredible.
looping forehand again. There are moments here with Norrie, I'm not sure if it is just him stopping himself suddenly, but he almost seems to take a little bit of a run forward, wonder whether to go to the net, move up the court, make the decision not to.
That's the Murray effect, isn't it? I think against a lot of other players there'd be no hesitation. You come forward, but always wary against this guy's passing shots. It has to be so good on the approach.
Worked out that time. There is a spring in the Norrie step here.
Very good length there from Norrie. Looking a little rushed on that final shot, Murray.
That serve did come in towards Norrie's body and he handled it really well, and there might have been a sense of not letting go of this rally now. Great depth of shot.
He's beginning to play the tennis that he wants to, you feel, Norrie, right now.
I don't think earlier in this match we would have seen him generate this opportunity from being down in the service game. So good strides in recent minutes from Norrie. Yeah, but nothing was going to stop that.
No, that's too good for Murray. Looking nice and relaxed in that rally. Good pace to his shots and right time to move forward. Very good length.
Just long. Good control from Norrie. That was a low volley he had to take care of. Scooped it over. And again, there was that little bit of confidence there to make the move up the court. Backhand wasn't going to finish the job, but he was steady to take care of what came next. Big game. This is the moment. You feel like you can sense it. He's pulling towards it, using the flatness of that backhand.
He's cut out the unforced errors right now, Norrie, as well. Making Murray play everything.
Got a little bit of rhythm going, Norrie. Was down a break. Now break point to take the advantage. Just grazed the outside of the box. Clutch serving from Murray. Is this now an essential game for Norrie?
I don't think it's essential. I think it's more essential for Murray, you feel, to go break down.
Well, there was a lot of adjusting in that short exchange.
Yeah, very good on the full stretch there for Murray, controlling the racket head on the volley. Just knew he had to get it over the net, anywhere would have done.
Break point to game point in a matter of seconds. Oh, bang on the line.
What a hold that was. What a dig that was from Murray off the return from Norrie. I don't think Norrie could have hit a better return than that. Right on his baseline.
He took that one so early. And a key game for Murray to grit through, saving that break point. Norrie had entered some sort of a zone midway through that game, generated his own opportunities, backed himself that bit more. But once again, with his back against the wall, Murray comes up with the goods. And that means there is a little bit of extra pressure on the shoulders of Norrie in this next game, having had the opportunity and not quite been able to cross the line. We'll be extra aware of the presence of Murray on the other side of the net. Big serves are the way to go.
Nice swing of that one, always going away from Murray. That's where to start off a service game. Sweet. Just pinged off the strings.
Don't think he's about to wrong foot Norrie on that backhand side at the moment. He looks well balanced. Doesn't want to let Murray back in here. A sloppy error there from Norrie. Serve and volley. I haven't seen too many of those.
Just the right time to change things up. Element of surprise, just stopping, Murray just getting that return back into play.
Feels like we've had some really key moments within the last few games. And a really big hold of serve for Norrie there after Murray had held under some pressure. He'd had a little bit of rhythm going and that could have been stalled, but he continued the momentum, so good focus from Norrie. And this has probably been an ultra frustrating year for Norrie, given how he was building momentum last season. He was starting to build up results across surfaces. What do you think his goals are for next season now? Do you think they change?
I think first and foremost, just find a little bit of consistency in what you're doing. I think from week to week, as far as tournaments are concerned, things are looking a little bit better now. I think they're a bit of a weight off their minds as far as what's happening with Australia now, and they can make some plans. Now they've got tournaments to play, which is great. Tournaments haven't been cancelled, they've just been rejigged, which is a big thing. Really worrying if tournaments were still being cancelled at this stage, but they're going to be played, which is good. And I think, what is he, 70 in the world or so? I think first and foremost, get himself back inside the world's top 150, and I think if he can get himself back close to his career high and break the world's top 40 for the first time, that'll be a huge positive for him. But yeah, it's been difficult for everyone. I think the positive is, in that regard, is that everyone's in the same boat. It's not only you. And I think sometimes you can take a little bit of solace from that. There's no question all of these players have put the work in. I mean, they're probably the best prepared physically than they've ever been before.
Oh, how many times has he licked that line? With players, is there more of a focus on certain ranking or titles, or does it very much depend on who the player is?
I think a lot of players won't admit to a ranking that they want to be or the titles they want to win. I think playing the right way and staying fit and healthy, certainly for someone like the older guys, the older players out there, that's a massive. It's a long year. They have to play a lot of matches, and they want to be fit as well. I think for someone like Norrie, ranking wise, I think of course he wants to break a new ranking goals, doesn't he? He wants to be inside the top 40, I'm sure, and higher. Some players don't like to set goals. Either they like to just kind of play week to week, match from match, keep it as simple as possible, and not set yourself any sort of limitations in that regard.
Well, we see this from Murray time and again. He gets more aggressive with his game style when he's playing from behind. Often he's very comfortable in those baseline exchanges because he's so good at seizing back control and turning things around, but he does sense his moments for when he needs to drop the hammer that little bit more quickly. As shown. Takes us towards the business end of this one. Not just this set, but of course this match, because if this does extend straight sets, we go to the 10-point match tiebreak. So at this point, they know whatever happens, they are nearing the end of the encounter. What kind of mental impact does that have?
Well, I think it's a bit of a sprint to the finish, isn't it? You can't afford to switch off, and final push. Knowing that you haven't got that much longer on the court physically, you're pushing yourself.
Well, the reaction from Murray tells you everything about the point of the match we are at right now.
Well, the fact that he found himself so far behind the baseline there, I think Murray
Oh. Just long.
I think he just missed.
You never know till the last second. It's difficult from this angle as well. Norrie probably praying that one drifted.
I'm expecting the call as well from a lines person. Get used to that. Not going to come. Just a little passive there from Murray, just happy to chisel away back there, but Norrie remaining aggressive.
Quite surprising, do you think, given the way he approached that last service game?
Well, I think at love 30 down as well, you can afford to maybe just take on a couple of more balls there. Good acceleration from Norrie though. Fairly deep position there.
Tried
complete
something
opposite there.
A little bit different.
Closer to the service line, the baseline when he took that one on.
I guess the aim there was to distract, but Norrie very firmly focused, and a love hold to take him to within 4 points of leveling this match. I think that's 2 love holds back to back. Slightly unexpected after the way this one's played out so far.
I feel as if the second set very much in the balance right now. Tough one to call.
At the same time, Murray is not one of the first players that you would pick to crumble under scoreboard pressure so much. If it was the other way around here and Murray's 5-4 up, I mean, you would expect it to be more likely to get inside Norrie's head.
Absolutely. It's always fascinating for me still, you know, someone as experienced as Murray, and Norrie making his name for himself as well the last 2 or 3 years, how they deal with pressure, how they play when nearing the end of a match, a set. Is it a case of sitting back and waiting for errors for your opponent, or are you going to go out there and be a little bit more aggressive and make it happen?
Yeah, it's a difficult task for Norrie with the way that Murray's been serving at times during this match, and particularly under pressure. We have seen that he wants to move into the court a bit, but more difficult when he's immediately being put on the stretch, put on the back foot. So see if he can find any second serves to lock his teeth into here.
Oh, landed in. What a bit of skill that was from Norrie.
Perfectly placed on the slice lob, but he had to improvise behind it. Bit of a pancake shot at the net.
Well, he got all tucked up, but great racket head control. That wasn't easy to deal with off a low volley from Murray. Looks as if he was better off playing the backhand volley, but he manufactured something there. Great dexterity from Norrie. Oh, he's just missed actually. I thought he made it. Excuse me.
Well, I thought he called it good as well. I was surprised as well because the ball was so close to him. Bit of a taste of his own medicine. That one coming low.
The umpire also unsure of the score here.
Yeah, lost us all now.
I'm pretty sure it's 15 all. I think
15 all.
initially the finger was a thumbs up, but it was a signal of long.
We missed the lines, judges. When the pandemic's over, we'll get them back.
Quite enjoying Hawkeye Live, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I mean, that has been... I always find that funny when they're practicing and it's active and there's these calls of out continuously. It's, yeah, it's quite amusing.
A good time to test the system, I guess. Check everything's okay, working.
Another pickup from Murray that just used the pace from Norrie. Took it on the rise. Game points here.
Yeah, I think I heard the umpire call 40 to 15. Timing not quite there that time. Looked a little close to him.
Skip it a bit. Still in with a chance here then, Norrie. Game before last, he did something similar, got to deuce, had that break point chance, passed him by. Well, it's drifting. What about that slice from Norrie?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most natural shot for Norrie. Norrie for a double-hander. It's great feel on the slice backhand.
We're level then. 5-all. Spotlight thrown back across the net to the British number 3. How are you feeling about Norrie here? He has stepped up in recent games.
Yeah, I think it's very much gettable still. most definitely got to be confident about his chances here. A point like that, good start to this game. Absolutely no wriggle room left. Him especially, obvious reasons.
He's found the shot to approach behind now, that backhand line. Impressive how consistent he is with it, given that it's the flatter shot, higher part of the net. Well, that'll do just as nicely.
Off the ball movement there. Working well from Norrie, coming forward, just forcing perhaps Murray to go for a little bit more.
Really driving now. Great composure there as well. Would have felt some pressure having to let that ball bounce, watching Murray come to cover. He focused on playing the ball, not his opponent, which is so crucial when you're facing as good a defender as Andy Murray. Convincing finish. And responding much better to the pressure now, Norrie. A changed player, you feel, from moments in the first set. Able to hold to love and ensure that he will at least get a look at a tie break in this set if he doesn't break through here.
You know, holding back there, which was good. Yes, he lost the second point, but that didn't put him off. It was a good start to the game with an initial point, but closed it out well. It's where you've just got to play with such a clear mind and got to be no hesitation at this stage.
Also going down the wire on court 1. And Matusovic and James Ward, 5-all in the second set. Matusovic took the opener 7-5, and he actually has the lead on the return. So during this week and during this tournament, streams for both courts available on the LTA Facebook and YouTube channels. Day 3 of 4 here at Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis, and all the players competing for match practice, of course, but also for points in the tournament. 3 points for a win over a player ranked in the world's top 250, for victory over a player ranked between 251 and 600. That's 2 points. And then even if you manage to bag a set on the way to a defeat, you still leave with 1 point. So Norrie here looking at an opportunity for a 3-pointer, but also looking for his first point of the tournament, having lost in straight sets to Jack Draper yesterday. Murray, meanwhile, got the 3 points over Dan Evans on Sunday. So he's looking to hopefully bump his total up to 6, he would hope. Norrie would hope otherwise.
Well right now, Norrie, when he's moving forward, starting to win a lot of points at the net. Threat of moving forward anyway.
Big for him to get that first point, particularly if you're the returner. Can really set the tone for the rest of the game.
And the pressure that Murray must feel right now.
Oh. It was a risky shot to go for. I don't know if he was forced into it, being on the stretch.
And Murray, I think, just saying unlucky as well. He knew how close that was.
Big point for Murray to win, or he might have started to think about the set and a break lead that he lost with a double fault a fair while ago. Didn't try to be too clever there. I'll dare to ask, if it goes to a tiebreak, who are you taking?
Yeah, I was dreading you were going to ask me that.
I almost forgot, but you're unlucky.
I'll tell you in about 5 minutes.
Sure, if we get there. Oh, fortunate. Given how much time he gave himself on the return, you expected it to come a bit deeper. Murray was right on top of it when it didn't. How frustrating is that at this point in a match?
Yeah, sometimes that can be the difference. You need luck on your side. Oh, he knows he has to shake that little bit of bad luck off here. And focus the mind.
30 all, high pressure. That's more like it.
Very well done. Had Norrie guessing there. He didn't know which way that forehand was going. Natural shot there for Murray is actually to hook that one cross court. He's able to take it on up the line here.
Nicely played. Very focused, very steady from Norrie. Careful with the volley.
That's so good to see him keep on driving forward at the back end of this second set, Norrie. Aggressive mindset that he's got right now.
I think it's quite noticeable that Murray is keeping the reactions very low key. I'm not sure. I mean, it's difficult to tell with the way Murray walks around the court whether he's feeling tired or feeling it physically, but you would imagine, you know, it was a close contest with Evans, another closer one here. Might be feeling that physically. Just want to conserve as much energy as possible. It's that double fault. And it cropped up when he got broken earlier in this set, and now it's cropped up to give Cam Norrie a set point. Fatigue.
Pressure.
Didn't feel it that time though. That almost went behind him.
Yeah, what an adjustment that was. Put on the brake so quickly, almost looked as if it was very late contact, wasn't it? The first time that we've seen Murray produce the goods under pressure and using his skills there.
Set point erased.
Soft enough there. I think it was up anyway. I think I heard the umpire saying not up.
Lovely touch.
Not easy to play. It's so close. Those feel type shots, so easy to be heavy-handed or not give it enough.
Oh, did that catch the corner or was that long?
Well, it looked long from up here, but there's no call, so the umpire's not going to get involved.
It's that looping forehand again, making life so difficult. And oh, Murray had done so well with the volley, virtually scraping it off his shoelaces.
It's such a tough position to try and make a call from if you're Murray.
I think that might actually have caught the back edge. At the very back.
Oh yeah, well the umpire's given the safe signal. Safest option to go for, the umpire. Oh, how good
wow.
is that? That's amazing feel.
Vintage touch. Pressure moment as well. He sure does know how to produce.
That's just so impressive how he kept control of this ball. Playing a backhand volley from there. It was low and he's cutting across it. I mean, that could so easily go horribly wrong.
Just wide, and to the tie break we go. And Murray on his breakpoint numbers still so good. 11 breakpoint opportunities Norrie has had, only converted the one, and that was on Murray's racket. It was the double fault, so he's maintaining that high level in the key moments. We have gone to the tie break, Arv. Who are we calling?
Yeah, give me another 5 minutes.
Waiting for the potential match tie-break that would decide the outcome of this if Norrie can get across the line here. He's had set point, wasn't able to convert, and he's serving to get us underway. A good start is so key.
I'll still go for Murray though, I think. That's my call for this tie-break.
Oh, nice.
Despite losing the opening point. Good point. Again, positive, aggressive from Norrie. That's what you like to see.
What is it that makes the difference? Just not enough consistency from Norrie? Because we've seen flashes of his best.
Yeah, I think Murray's just so good in these sort of situations. You know, the ability just to force his opponent to play one or two extra tricky balls. Just a career of winning these type of tie breaks, getting through these type of situations.
Well, that's great stuff.
Very well controlled from Norrie on the dig there with the forehand, just bunting it nice and deep.
He's looking that much more convincing as well when he's got up to that forecourt. Heading up with intent. Oh, nicely done. Using the full length of the court.
Oh, that time he had a little bit more to work with here, Murray. Space up the line and moved on to that pretty comfortably, Murray.
Deep breaths. Every point here a mini battle. Some of the more demanding exchanges that we expected to see in this clash. Oh, just caught the baseline on the approach. It was like that almost backfired on him in the end.
Oh, physically beast of a point there for Murray. So much court covered here, and then to play that passing shot, didn't take on too much. That was very intelligent. Just kept it nice and low and was moving forward too. Expecting the shorter volley. Back on serve now. Scoreboard just a little off there. It's 3-2 Norrie. Big hold that one for Norrie, just to halt that momentum Norrie had after winning that previous point.
Last point before the changeover. Norrie would love to head into it with that 4-2 advantage, give himself a bit of breathing room as they break up play. Looks like he's getting a second serve to look at. He went for it. Kind of had to. Second serve, slim margins. Just didn't quite seem tight enough.
Yeah, frustrating. It's more than makeable for him in his eyes, that's for sure. Bit of a let off for Murray.
Big win for Anton Matusevic on the near court, court 1. 7-5, 7-6 over James Ward, who's ranked a couple hundred spots higher, more than, in the rankings. So that is a couple of points for Matusevic, who came in as a late replacement today.
Yeah, impressive Matusevic's game. He's got a big serve and
huge forehand.
gives it a big crack from the back of the court, doesn't he?
Three all then, change of ends, keeping this one close. And a big service point coming up for Murray, having had the rhythm of play broken up somewhat with that change of ends. That's the way to deal with it. No nerves from Murray. Fourth ace overall. Oh, that's big. Great to see him go after it in such a moment as that.
Murray's not the type of player that's going to give you anything at this stage. You have to be aggressive, have to take those type of forehands on. Left nothing behind that one. Struck really well.
The heights of scoreboard pressure, and he'd done so well on that previous service point. It was promising stuff in response to the ace from Murray at 4-3, but you only had to listen to that reaction to know how huge that was. Tight clash here. Norrie got his way back into this, but it was a double fault that let him back into this set, and it was a double fault that gave Murray the advantage. He's capitalized in this tie break, and it is double match point. Not quite sure what happened there. Surprising.
Well, he just didn't get it out the middle of the racket there. It was a slight miss hit.
Still got a chance to get it done, but it will be on the return. And let's see how proactive Norrie will be facing match point. He had to finish with a lob, didn't he? It is Andy Murray after all. In a reversal of his scoreline against Dan Evans at the weekend, he comes past the British number 3, Cam Norrie. Great match to watch. 6-4, 7-6. It was 7-6, 6-4 over Evans on Sunday, and that is another 3 points in the bag for Andy Murray here at Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis. He's got to be happy with that performance, Arv.
Yeah, absolutely. What a way to close things out there. Not sure if Norrie could get a racket to that, but it looked unexpected pulling off that shot from that position from Murray, but he'll be delighted with that. I think overall, pretty good stuff from him. Physically looked pretty good after his match a couple of days ago. So ticking that box and nice to get another win.
Absolutely. We've got to give some credit for Norrie for making that one more competitive. In the first set, we saw flashes of his great form, but he's been working to get back into his stride. We mentioned it was a quick turnaround for him coming here, playing these matches, and he did really keep it uncertain at the back end there. You didn't know if you might sneak across the line back end of that set. Obviously had the set point on the return, but once again, Murray so clutch in those pressure moments.
Yeah, you've got to give props to to Cam. He obviously wasn't playing his best yesterday, but definitely an improvement today, which is the positives for him. And as always, he competes so hard, but just a little short in the end for him, but plenty of positives to take away.
Absolutely. Raised his level throughout the match, as can be said for Murray in his first match on Sunday, and I think he'll be pretty happy with where his level is at right now. Key stat, probably once again, those break points saved. With the 11 faced, he saved 10 of them, saved every single one he faced against Evans, and these are some of the most quality players in Britain he's up against right now, so can only be confident after that. And that brings us to the end of match 3 on court 3, and you can see the players for the next match already walking over. Heather Watson taking on Emma Raducanu. Alf will stay with you for that one alongside Nick Lester.
Welcome back to the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. And 3 good matches already on court 3 and 1 more to go for us, having just seen a win for Andy Murray. A very, very competitive contest that was. Murray coming through against Cam Norrie. We've seen a couple of good ones, haven't we, today? And we also saw a fine win for Dan Evans, and we complete the action with Heather Watson, the British number 2, as things stand, up against Emma Raducanu. Nick Lester alongside Half Palmer for this one. Evening to you, nearly half now.
Yes,
Well, are we?
yes. It's certainly dark outside, so yeah, we are coming into the evening here.
And this match promises much. Emma Raducanu, obviously we've seen a fair bit of her. I think we were impressed with her in the summer, weren't we?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Earlier in the year, got to watch her in the first couple of Battle of the Brits, and excuse me, the second Battle of the Brits, and was very impressed with the way she played. Such a young player, has got a pretty complete game, to be honest. I look at her forehand and backhands and the way she serves as well. First serve in particular, technically very good. She's very aggressive from the back of the court. This is going to be quite a nice contrast in styles, you feel, Nick, this evening. Certainly Heather Watson, more the defender, very good mover, good counter puncher, and Raducanu, she likes to hit those winners, use her power.
Yeah, they actually played, didn't they, of course, at that second edition at the Battle of the Brits in the summer. The team tennis event. It was a baking hot day, if memory serves there, and Heather Watson was able to win that one 2 and 4. Heather comes here, as I mentioned, as the British number 2, having actually gone to Dubai last week, where she took part in what was a very strong 100k event over there, wasn't it?
Yeah, just players so desperate to play. Not often you'll see a 100k event as strong as that, but she did well, made the quarters, getting some matches in. Players are just desperate to play. They don't want to end their season, had so much time off that they're just so keen to any opportunity to get out there and play. If you can play for ranking points and big prize money, why not?
Watson loading in the matches here this week, having had a win over Katie Dunn, 2 and 3. Also a victory over Jodie Burridge yesterday, a fairly one-sided win as well, 1 and 4. So clearly Heather feeling good about things. Change of racket this week, I noticed as well for Heather, gone back to using the Babolats, having been using Dunlop for a while. I noticed a new brand that she's using now, perhaps looking towards 2021. Raducanu, who played last week at the British Tour Masters event, she was able to win that particular tournament. So comes here having had a lot of tennis. Did at times look a little bit tired yesterday, and had a few issues with the serve in particular. But was able to get over the line in a win over Katie Dunn. The one thing I think we have seen this week is that we've had quite a few long matches, haven't we? I guess perhaps just thinking as to why that might be. Courts maybe a little slow, but also the players having to pick their own balls up, which adds a little bit of additional time, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they're not on the shot clock either, so it's going to be well above 25 seconds on average. That's understandable, having to clear the court and towel themselves down. Recently resurfaced these indoor courts, very similar to Australia. I've been told that the bounce, the speed, of course playing indoors, it's going to be slightly quicker, you'd imagine, just the ball coming through the air a little bit quicker, but yeah, it's a fair surface. You can do a little bit of everything out here. You get reward for being aggressive. You can also hang in some rallies too.
So made to wait today, these two. There's some talk of this match moving over to court number 1, but sticking to the original plan.
She was very much up for this match a few months ago with Heather Watson. Came out fired up, being the more experienced and playing against the younger player.
Raducanu's wins over Eden Silva, 2 and 6, and then the win over Katie Dunn yesterday, as I mentioned. A little complicated in that second set. A lot of breaks in set number 2, but Raducanu finding a way through. Raducanu, who's coached by Nigel Sears and Mark Petchy in the last few weeks. Both those gentlemen have looking after her game.
Also, I think Jeremy Bates oversees her programme. Some input there from Jeremy as well. Certainly got enough eyeballs on her.
As I've mentioned, when they played in summer, Watson was really applied a lot of pressure in the opening set and give Raducanu a whole lot of time to breathe, and that's why you feel these early stages very important for the teenager.
Yeah, balance will have to be found today, you feel, from Raducanu. Very easy to overplay, overpress against someone like Watson, who does feed off her opponent's errors, just makes you go.
She is coming with a good degree of authority at the moment, Raducanu.
She's trying to make some early statements here, which is good to see. Impressive driving forward like that. No hesitation to get to the net.
Once again, looking to really take on Heather Watson's second serve. Clearly the game plan out here this evening. And Kiathavong, the Fed Cup captain, up on the balcony watching on. Of course, they got a tie against Mexico, which possibly could be here in April, still to be decided.
Yeah, I think something to do with the fans. If they can get some fans in, then they'll have to find another venue. But if it's played, excuse me, behind closed doors, you can play it here.
Well, this is a mightily impressive beginning for Emma Raducanu.
That's some serious power there.
Based down in Kent, formerly from Bromley. The Garden of England, they tell me.
Is that right? Lots of greenery, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So Raducanu with the perfect start. Just asking the umpire whether the ball on the baseline was good.
For me, technically, it's a good-looking serve for Raducanu. What I saw yesterday with the second serve, just a hint of deceleration every now and then, and really getting the spin she's looking for. Power is there behind the first.
We've seen plenty of good offence, and we saw some good defence from Emma Raducanu in that point. And she has cemented her lead. It's been an excellent start. And the teenager who leads 3-love here.
There's been some very positive tennis from Raducanu. Big serving in that last game. Second serve holding up well. I love the intent in the return games as well. Any second serve she's really going after from Watson.
It's been a while since Raducanu competed on the ITF circuit back in February. Has been staying based in London throughout the pandemic over the course of the last 8 or 9 months. Heather Watson, as I mentioned, of course, struggled in the States and talked about the conditions, how difficult they were. She felt going over to America in the late summer. A few injury problems as well. Didn't win too many matches on the main tour.
Yeah, it was a real shame, wasn't it, the shutdown of the tour, because she was going great guns, wasn't she, at one stage there. She won a tournament in Mexico, but shut down soon after. She's always been that sort of player, quite streaky when she gets confident and she gets playing well. She can rattle through some matches, but we have seen some losing streaks as well from Heather through her career. It's building that confidence back up.
Serve didn't quite hit the spot, and Raducanu was able to be aggressive off the first ball. Seriously high level. The Watson doing so well to scramble initially.
Raducanu doing well to dig up that backhand. I think it was a backhand that she dug up. Able to do something with the ball when she got there. Get the feeling they're the type of points Watson really thrives off, winning those types of exchanges.
It's not an easy shot to change direction off, is it? But she's made it look very comfortable.
You need that clean strike, don't you? Right out the middle of the strings, and you've got to attack it like that. You can't hesitate or try and guide it up the line. So easy to miss it wide.
Needed a response. Heather Watson may have to just up the ante somewhat when she has the opportunity here.
the server. She doesn't quite get the spin, getting the control that she's looking for. Needs a thinner contact on the ball.
Better in terms of length. The British number 2.
Probably takes a few games just to get used to the pace of the Raducanu ball as well coming through.
Watson ranked 58 this week, moving up a couple of spots after a couple of wins in Dubai. Career high 38 in the world. 6 years ago nearly, she was at the peak.
That's a tremendous strike, finding that sort of angle very impressive. A decent return from Watson. Definitely not afraid to go for her shots.
Is how good it has to be right now. It's been a high quality contest in these opening 5 games.
It just looks as if there was a little bit of hesitation on that return from Watson. She was right there, but didn't really look as if she followed through.
few demons of that serve at times yesterday. The vulnerabilities she feels may be coming back here. Heather Watson with a chance to break back. Has been very competent when coming forwards, and that was a nice finish. Heather Watson finding her way back into this opening set.
Yeah, very nicely worked that point, not overplaying from the back of the court, just biding her time, keeping some good length. It's always about the long game when it comes to Heather. Not afraid of battles out there.
Turns 29 next year. Feels like as though she's been around a long time. Of course, was an outstanding junior, was Heather, wasn't she? Moved to Florida at a very young age, and she was 13 years of age when she made the move across to Florida to go and train at the IMG Academy.
US Open junior champion, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That's a big move, wasn't it, at that age? A young player come from Jersey and deciding, you know what, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to travel halfway around the world, go to a tennis academy. Apparently she couldn't wait to get out the door. Father gave her that option early on. What do you want to do? I want to be a tennis player. Off she went.
Yeah, loved her time over there. Now, of course, based back in London, uses the NTC, as all the players have done over the last 6 months, to come here and train. I think you're getting channel lines mixed up.
I am, aren't I? Yeah, Guernsey, not Jersey.
Yeah.
Don't want to offend fans of Guernsey.
No.
One of their own.
Little bit of a drop in level from Raducanu. Quite the opposite, from the opposite side of the net. Heather Watson feels off 3 games in a row.
Feeding off this right now is Watson. Oh, it's a quick, straightforward service game.
Always been a good natural ball striker, isn't she?
Yeah, it's got very good timing, especially off that backhand wing. She's not the biggest, not the tallest, so she's got to rely on Nice early strike, which she can do. It's all about getting in the right position as well. She's a good mover. One of the reasons why she's such a good striker of the ball. It starts getting into your head, doesn't it?
Oh, that is stunning. Looking for that early move in the rally again and caught Watson totally cold.
You just cannot see it coming. This sort of power. It was a good return. It was a good response. Intelligent, looping that one nice and deep. Slightly short from Watson. Raducanu firmly on the front foot. Very good athlete.
Good game. It's been a good level from both. And Emma Raducanu stays in front here as we remain on serve. 4-3 in this opening set. Win over in Acapulco, as I was mentioning just before, in late February, early March in Watson. Before things were halted. Of course, the WTA have put on a couple of events at the start of next season. One in Abu Dhabi, which I guess may be of interest to Heather if she wants to start her season in the first week in January.
I imagine it's going to be pretty high cut, that one. I'm ready to get back out there. Somewhat still up in the air, but nice for the players to know that Australia happening. I've got a firm start date for the Australian Open. You can work your way around that one at least. Aim for something.
Alex Ward is coach with Heather this week. A fair bit of travelling, does Alex. Be on the road, I believe, with Heather.
That's a good start. That's what it's all about with Heather with the first serve. She's got to make sure she's varying her placement. She's got to be accurate with it. Never going to have the biggest serve, but changing things up. She can make up for the 3 points.
Shot that she's taken on a fair bit. Backhand up the line so far. First time she's used that shot. It's not getting the timing right.
She's got some work off the court as well, getting up high. Watson just caught. It was an uncomfortable height for him. For her, she was trying to be aggressive, but didn't get hold of it.
New balls in this game, so they'll add to it as well, the bounce.
Just flew.
I think they are fairly light, the Australian Open balls that they're using this week.
These players would have been training with these balls for the last month or so. Obviously still not the easiest to control. A couple of loose errors from Watson.
Mistake-riddled game for Watson has allowed Raducanu a chance to serve for the set. take on, even as well as she hits it. Wide of the sideline, it's really in position.
I think that's always a temptation for Radikova, because she knows she can hit winners from anywhere in the court. She just have to be sometimes just a touch more disciplined. Just wait 1 or 2 extra balls before you pull the trigger. Second serve she's gone for there. Too many freebies just now from Watson.
Once again, problems with the second serve persist under pressure. Chances for Watson to break back again.
So we've got a little edgy out here now.
That's one of her best of the day.
That is just raw power. That wasn't even that accurate, was it, to the sideline? Just ripped through that one.
It's been a fine set of tennis, this, from Emma Raducanu, and here she is at set point. That's some way to finish. It was very clean right from the off, and it's the teenager that takes the first set over the British number 2 here. A surprise perhaps on the card, 6-3.
Yeah, very nicely played, hitting the ball sweetly despite the few double faults. She was able to deal with that pressure very well. Getting the break back, but Raducanu doing well to hold the nerve there.
He recently turned 18 just last month, did Emma Raducanu. Good junior, of course. Hasn't really had that much experience in the senior ranks so far.
I can imagine next year's a big year. When you get playing again, get the tournaments ITF level to begin with, you would imagine at her ranking. She's going to have a lot of opportunities come the summer in this country as well. You'd think wildcards would be coming her way. Fed Cup action as well, perhaps. Kyothavong will be keeping a very close eye on it.
Looked after by IMG. There's Emma. In management group, international management group. Can she maintain the high level that she's set? Heather Watson will begin the second.
Another day, these courts do get pretty dusty, don't they? You can see a lot of ball fluff on the court. Can just aid that ball skidding through a little bit more.
Slow start to the second for Watson here. Not what she was looking for. Well, some good movement from Raducanu again, but Watson will be very disappointed with that game, one suspects.
Yeah, it's the errors that are hurting a fair bit on her service games. We've seen the power from Raducanu, the winners as well, but Watson has committed too many unforced errors. She had control of that rally, caught position, but couldn't close it out.
Pretty good in an opening couple of wins here, but this one feels a different level of opponent tonight, obviously. Raducanu's ranking, WTA ranking anyway, and where she is right now doesn't read a whole lot into that. The lack of competition that she's had. Being allowed the luxury of time on the ball, though, is she, Watson? Yeah, it's a ball she feels she may have made, but she continues to be put under pressure.
Tough ball to take on. Interesting to see her at the beginning of that point actually just shadow swing. Maybe she just feels like she's tightened up a bit. She's not swinging freely enough. Shot selection was a tough one there. Struck it well, but couldn't control it.
And she continues to build on the lead. Part of the LTA's PSP program. It's a good deal of funding and support. There's Raducanu.
It just enables you to put a really good team around you as far as your coach is concerned. Fitness and physios as well.
Pro scholarship program being the PSP. Got to be aged between 16 and 24 to receive it. Katie Bolter, Jay Clark and Jack Draper, the others. Harriet Dart also in that list. Paul Jubb. Anton Matusevic, who had a nice win over James Ward earlier on today.
Very impressed with his game. Good serve and big from the back of the court as well. Nice attitude on him. middle of the box, and there's going to be no hesitation. Raducanu, we've seen that from the first game. All that attack didn't pull her wide enough there. Actually, just came into the slot very nicely.
Two more break points for the 18-year-old here.
Nicely done. Not afraid to come forward, Watson. Take these type of balls out the air. They're not the easiest, especially being breakpoint down here. To attack that one. Finding good angle. Better from Watson. Missed a few going up the line with the forehand wing. That was inch perfect.
That's a tremendous point, and it could prove to be a very big gain for Heather Watson to stay in this match. But she still finds herself down a set and a break.
Yeah, she's always been a very good competitor, Watson. She won't certainly be giving up the ghost just yet. Might just put a few doubts in Raducanu's mind. Opportunity to get the double break. Unable to convert, so next service game, first couple of points at least, very important for Raducanu.
Seen a lot of matches over the years turn in situations like that where players have an opportunity for a double break, can't take it. So we looked at Raducanu's reaction as she missed the 15-40 point. Just sensed a little bit, she knew how big that game could be.
Well, she went for the safer return as well, not to make the return. She went with the chip forehand. She was only looking to get that one back into the court.
Sixteen players competing here this week, 8 men and 8 women. Final day of action tomorrow. An event that was fairly hastily put on, but very well organised by Mary Greenham and Jamie Murray, who have done a fine job organising these Battle of the Brits events over the last 6 months. Some hit, and it is just so impressive to watch. Clean, heavy strike.
It's not even that close to the sideline again. It's safe. Just looks as if she collapsed on that one. Got to keep using those legs and driving up, head and chest, going up into the court.
That is some fine hitting. Outstanding length get from Watson.
Oh, she's got to capitalise on these types of games. And Watson, when Raducanu coughs up a couple of double faults, got to try and work the break back.
Well, given somewhat of a helping hand in that game, but Watson has indeed broken back to level things in the second.
Highlighting the importance of that hold in the previous game for Watson.
she played it on the same side of the court as Raducanu, made it that much more awkward. It was just a tougher run for the teenager. A lot of height, but checked nicely. Watson will play Fran Jones tomorrow. Singles action. Raducanu will take on Jodie Burridge. Court 3. Tomorrow Jay Clark will start against Liam Brodie. Evans and Norrie will do battle in the second match of the day, and Burridge and Raducanu round things off. Draper and Ward on court 1. Eden Silver, Katie Dunn and Heather Watson and Fran Jones. The order of play for tomorrow, just 3 matches on the card on each court.
Type of errors just not used to seeing from Watson, but I think feeling the pressure on the back of the court and perhaps just going for a bit more than she would ideally like. Error count has been high for Watson. That is very well controlled. Takes me back a couple of years. That was almost like a Radvanska squat, that one.
Yeah, it was.
Getting so low to this one, not wanting to give up any ground. Right knee.
Held the pose, didn't she, as well? She knew it was good.
You can see how that's touching the ground there. Couldn't get much lower than that. Good return. Got Watson on the move immediately. And stretching out. Dealt with that one very well. Didn't overplay it. More about accuracy. Keeping it nice and tight to the sideline. Temptation sometimes is to try and hit that one too hard. Trying to hit the winner.
Little tentative with the approach, and she paid the price for it. Such a solid two-hander, gets such good shape off the ball. Takes the net out of play.
She'd love that one back again. That was more than makeable.
accelerate on it, you feel.
And you think that is a bit of tightness in the forearm.
Good game to win. It's been a competitive start to set number 2. Nothing really between them. And Watson, it is that moves in front.
Yeah, enjoys a scrap, does Watson. Fighting hard. Certainly doesn't need to panic, Raducanu. She's got to keep her composure here, despite having the opportunities. Break point there, chances to got a double break up as well in this second set. Still in control here.
Caught a little rushed off that one. Good slice backhands though. Something they've also been just trying to add to her game.
Moved onto it nicely, short from Raducanu. Took advantage.
Value of reading the serve as well. How well she moved on to the return.
There's that diagonal move forward, not going across the court there, but cutting the angles, getting your body weight behind it. Didn't quite find a spot though, Raducanu, on that serve. Needed a tighter angle.
Apologies for the language. An excellent game from Emma Raducanu. Was victorious at the UK Pro Series events in the summer as well, and at St George's Hill. Led to believe that's going to be happening again next year. Events a little more spread out, I'm told.
It's a very good payday for the players, that money being pumped in by the LTA. They are always welcome. 3 points and aces. It's a tough shot to take on. A return of that size from Raducanu. She really got hold of it. Easy to catch it slightly late and lose control. That's the safer option. Ooh, maybe the serve was called out.
Yeah, just questioning it, but no joy. Been a good pattern, spreading the forehand, getting the backhand into play, and giving Watson no time to recover.
Trying to go up the line from there. That just played into her hands up the middle of the court. That's when she actually made contact with the ball. Raducanu had complete control of it on the front foot.
So Watson hangs on in this very competitive second set. She leads 4-3. Been given a good test out here. He's the British number 2, obviously comes with a great degree of experience.
And she's got to rely on that right now. Pile on the pressure. Of course, there is pressure for Watson being the more experienced and the one with the WTA titles. Everyone expecting her to win, and Raducanu, it's a nice position for her to be in. Playing well, but no real expectations. No one's expecting her to win this match. She can play a little bit more aggressively and with more freedom.
So serving with new balls, Raducanu, 3-4.
That's a nice shot to have. That slice backhand, I don't see too many of those. Certainly from double-handers.
First double in a while.
Very nicely taken. That time got the timing spot on. Slightly higher ball. Not easy to deal with.
Since she knew it was coming, she was on her way early, but quality of the drop shot just a little too good.
Stayed low enough. Got the bounce she was looking for. Tough to dig that one up, especially after a full-on sprint. The moment she's been waiting for now, Watson.
Well, she could well have been down a set and a double break. As it is, she has turned the tables in this second set and will now serve to take us into a match breaker.
Just a super effort from Watson. She's battled hard. Quite playing at her best, but that was some of her best right there. trick once again for Raducanu. That was very well struck.
And again, a little chip return, getting herself into the point. First one saved in style.
That's a nice 1-2 combination. That was a fantastic serve right on the line. Follow-up was clinical.
Still there's one more to save here. She does just that. Absolutely blistering return. No holding back.
Oh, she definitely likes rolling the dice. There's no question about that. Give her half a chance.
How well controlled was that from Watson? To make a very swift decision.
She could have got herself in all sorts of a tangle here. Great return from Raducanu and the speed up the court from a deep position. That's impressive, but kept her cool there, Watson. That's where all the space was.
The old cricket bat out there, didn't she? Over the top. A big swing, not the finish she wanted to the second set. Heather Watson has levelled proceedings, crucially staying in it in that third game of that second set. And she has levelled things. It's one set apiece here.
Yeah, definitely. You get the feeling that she used her experience in that second set there, Watson. Certainly didn't give up the ghost when it was all Raducanu at the beginning of the set, was threatening that double break, but she just held on in there.
Raducanu's just gone off for a bathroom break. Some towels. This will be a match tiebreak, of course, from here on in.
That's a nice, good scoring format we've got here this week. Not for the first time. No downtime at the beginning of this third set. No chance of allowing yourself to just switch off. Got to be right back on it.
This Battle of the Brits, the first edition held in the summer with the men only, or the singles and doubles. We then had team tennis a month or so later.
Yeah, great atmosphere for that one, wasn't it? Played outside, that one. Warm days. We had some very windy days as well. Good support from both teams. Exciting end to that one.
You really did bring together a lot of the British players. Noticeable as well when when the tour resumed. A lot of the Brits were courtside. I remember watching the French a couple of evenings. Cam was out there and Liam, Brody. So they were, all the fellow Brits were out watching on.
Yeah, they are a very tight bunch, aren't they? They train a lot together and they know each other so well. Of course, what they've experienced through Davis Cup as well became a lot tighter as a group throughout that competition. Wonder if there's been any WhatsApp groups this time around.
I suspect there probably has. I think they're still pinging from the summer one, aren't they? So Greg Rosetsky tells me.
All right.
Very active. Who knows, maybe we'll have some more of these types of events next year, depending on how things unfold. Gotta find gaps in the calendar. So, final set, match tiebreak it is. Raducanu to start.
That's a tasty start from Watson. Couldn't have struck that any sweeter. Soaking up the pressure well there, Watson getting down to a couple of forehands very impressively. The rhythm certainly has not been disrupted. little wait at the end of the second set.
Ideal start for the 28-year-old here. Looking to make it 3 wins from 3 this week.
Just the right time to step it up a gear here, Watson. It's another superb point from Watson. She can do no wrong right now. Dream tiebreak so far. Fair bit of defending, good use of the slice backhand, and then attacking very nicely.
Halfway home towards another victory. For the opening 40 minutes or so, those sorts of returns were proving to be so troublesome for Heather Watson. She was on the back foot throughout. The tables have turned somewhat here. Use of the width, a little short forehand working well. Bit of frustration you sense coming out of there. is a high quality point. Watson's level has got better and better. Really from the moment she got the break back, isn't it? In the second at 2-1 there, she seemed to be a lifeline that she was able to take advantage of.
Yeah, perhaps the mindset just changed at that moment for her, knowing that she could have been faced with an impossible scoreline, setting the double break down, so she just made the most of that. Certainly has played a superb tiebreak up till now.
Dominant breaker, and here are match points. Regardless of the outcome, and it looks as though she is going to come out on the wrong end. We've certainly once again seen just how well this young lady can hit the ball.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a promising future. Stays fit and healthy.
Good athlete. Not to be today though, and that is another good win for Heather Watson, who was in some trouble in that match. But the British number 2 uses all her experience to overcome Emma Raducanu here in a match tiebreak, 10 points to 2.
Yeah, doing what she does best. Heather Watson just digging in there at the beginning of the second set. It looked pretty perilous at one point, but ended up closing this match out playing very, very well. She'll be delighted with that performance in the end.
And that'll do it for day 3 of this Battle of the Brits event here. It's been an excellent day. Wins for Andy Murray on this court. We saw Andy having to dig very deep in his victory over Cam Norrie. Tomorrow's order of play offers plenty as well, but Alex Ward making his way across for a quick chat with his charge as we will sign off. And hope you can join us tomorrow. From Arv Palmer and myself, Nick Lester, we'll say goodbye.